Hey there, welcome to episode number 120 of the Avocado Gamescast, the Avocado's gaming podcast. I'm Merve. I know I usually kick off these episodes by saying we've got a very special episode for you, but today we don't have a very special episode.
It's an average episode.
Yeah, it's a purely mediocre episode. Not much is happening. We're just here, we're chatting, we're talking about the games we've been playing lately. We're playing it by ear. We're going to see how it goes. 100% this is a vibecast.
Yeah,
And
podcast.
joining you with the good vibes, we've got the Kappa,
Hello. Vibe Maxon.
Vibe Max, better than Books Maxing or Mogging or whatever the kids are
Oh
doing these
yeah.
days.
Mike, I said mogging to my kid the other day, and he's like, "How do you know about that?" I'm like, "Do you think you guys invented that?" It's
Do
always
you think you guys
embarrassing.
invented the internet?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, buddy, we've been around a little bit too. He really like. I try not to get into like all that like generational stuff, but I really do notice it with my kids. I feel like there's like such a weird like. Actually, I know the internet better than you, or like actually, like I still know like the ancient memes. What's that thing from what is it? Language in the wardrobe. Don't quote the deep magic at me. I was there when it was written. That's what I end up saying to
Yeah,
my kids like all the time. They're like, "Hey, do you know about this meme?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude. What are you talking about? Of course I do."
yeah.
I don't.
Like you have to explain to your kid my time on the internet predates I can has cheeseburger.
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to explain my kid. We were talking about MMOs. I was trying to explain how like EverQuest used to work, like dial up and all that kind of stuff. And he was just like, "That sounds terrible." I was like, "It was. Don't get me wrong, it was terrible, but it's also kind of cool." And I was like, you could get a phone call and ruin your whole night. And you're like, your friend has like, "Hey, you want to come out?" You're like, "You just ruined my game and everything." Because he had a little bit of a technical issue while he was doing one of his ranked match placements in Rainbow Six Siege. So he was very upset about that. So we had a little heart to heart about how sometimes stuff just happens on the internet and you got to deal with it.
Yeah, like you can't take games so seriously that
No, yeah, it's
one
really
little
not.
internet outage ruins your
Yeah,
day, right?
to stick up for him, it's really not him; it's his friends. Like he's kind of like he's like maybe like the more skilled player, I guess. So whenever he has a problem, they kind of take it on him. And I'm always like, oh, here we go. So I have to kind of simmer him down and be like, listen, man, if the
We know
whole
you're an
five
elite
stack,
gamer.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. If the whole five stack fails because you had a little bit of lag, that's not on you, buddy. So, but enough about parenting.
Yeah. Speaking of someone who might have been able to use a little more parenting, so it seems like a 2-year-old indie game has become very popular on Steam as of yesterday. A game that about chemistry
Uh huh.
called Boredom. Boredom spelled BOHR as a play on words with the name of the Danish physicist Niels Bohr. Uh, this game was developed by a certain someone who was in the news last night. Certain someone from California, I believe by the name of Cole Thomas Allen, um, who may or may not have been involved in uh, a shooting of sorts.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, turns out the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter was a game developer.
Yeah.
Uh,
This is like obviously when we're recording, this is a really like still developing story. There's a lot of weirdness to this guy's
yeah,
profile just in general, I feel like. Definitely a lot more story to be told, I think, than kind of what some of the more of these straightforward, crazy guys.
yeah, I think it's like you always see it with these people. Or since you always see it, sometimes when it's someone who's like, "Hey, this is a guy with a master's degree. He's a Caltech grad."
Hmm.
Um, People start, asking questions. How could this come to be? Uh, and there's also always like a temptation after these kinds of stories to like find the gaming angle. And here there just happens
Yeah.
to be a really obvious one. But you saw it in the wake of like um much more serious incidents like the Aurora shooting and the Sandy Hook incident, where everyone's like trying to find the gaming angle. Turns out that the Sandy Hook shooters like video game obsessions were DDR and Mario.
Yeah, and that one
Um,
kind of went away really quick. Yeah.
yeah, so like I get the temptation. We can like joke around about how there's a video game angle to this, but at the end of the day, it's just like a little tidbit, if you will, about
Yeah.
the guy's identity more than it is anything
Doesn't
that
seem like
really
it, like
says anything.
yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything that led to it or anything. It just seems like kinda tangential.
Yeah, you'll probably find. Oh, it's no longer for sale now.
Oh.
it's got It just got taken down. I just checked. It was for sale last night. It is no longer for sale. Um, hey, it turns out that Valve can move quickly
Yeah,
when prompted. Um,
yeah,
there'll be straight up white supremacist shit on there, but
yeah, yeah, exactly. Then they
a
get around to it.
harmless game about chemistry is apparently too
This is
much.
the one you gotta get rid of, yeah.
Yeah. Oh well.
Well, I've been playing an indie game somewhat, I
Oh,
guess. Uh-oh.
let's hear
Uh,
about this
Little
one.
game called Windrose.
I've heard the name, but I don't know what it is.
So this is one of those ones that kind of like took off by storm. I think a streamer kind of like played it and then it kind of ripple effect. It is a survival crafting pirate game. It draws heavily from like every survival game ever. So you've got bits of like Raft or like all those other survival games, but then also kind of in between that, it's Sea of Thieves, where you're on a pirate ship, um, you know, going across the main, doing your little piratey missions and stuff like that. Um, and I've been playing it with my kids, and it is so fun. There's a lot of little attention to detail with how you build your structures. That so a lot of times I don't know, like there's like in crafting games, there's like this like thing you have to split where it's like, well, how cool can you make two sticks getting tied together look for a tent, right?
Yeah.
And then so you have to kind of have this like ramp up to like, okay, well now you're progressing. So what does stones put together look like? What does, glass look like and things like that. They do it all in an art style that walks that fine line between cool and realistic and like whimsy. Kind of that light pirate feel of like Sea of Thieves goes for,
Yeah.
where it's not.
This looks a bit like Sea of Thieves, but with grounded graphics.
Yes, exactly. And then kind of your survival game background of you know chopping down trees and mining iron and stuff like that as well. Very, very, very addictive game, fun. It looks like one of the things that's interesting to me is a lot of the stuff is grindy, I would say, to get when you're talking about stuff like some of the higher level gear and things like that. So there's not a lot of like, oh yeah, we'll throw the player a whole bunch of stuff out front. It feels like you're very much working for everything in the game. I've been playing it for hours and I've like barely gotten past like the first like weapon set, I guess I would say.
Yeah.
Um, so that's kind of cool to me. It feels a little bit old school where it's like, okay, well, if we're going to give you this sandbox, but this sandbox isn't going to throw everything at you right out the gate, um, which I think is a smart thing to do long term if you want your game to feel like it's
Like
it's
progressions
living in.
happening.
Yeah, exactly, because otherwise you get 10 million people who just want everything given to them, and it's hard to balance that with just constantly um, giving people new things to do, right? This isn't the kind of game where they're going to be able. I think it's made by like a studio of like 15. If you kind of just mainline this game straight to the best ship, the best gear, all this other kind of stuff, you are going to be done with the game in 10 minutes, right? But I think by drawing that kind of like that experience out, it's smart in some ways. But I see a lot of games are kind of like scared to do that almost because it feels like if you're not giving the players enough to do, like, uh oh, maybe they're going to go play something else, which I don't know is true, but I do think
Yeah.
sometimes that's the feeling that some of these games get, where they almost give you too much at front, and then the game itself becomes, well, if I've already got the coolest gear and the coolest, crafting everything, like, what's the point of playing almost? But where this game, I think, splits that difference is it makes it seem like something that you've got to work to get, grind perhaps, but the rewards still feel cool. Like whenever you unlock like a new building style or a new ship or new gear or stuff like that, it still does feel cool when you actually get to that stuff. So, very, very fun game. It kind of came out of nowhere. And the reason I started playing it is because I'm on, and like I think we need like some kind of like music, like dun dun dun. I'm on Bungie Death Watch, with Merve. So this came up in kind of like conversations where people are like, "Hey, there's this indie game no one ever heard of, and 200,000 people are playing it, and 10,000 people are playing Marathon." And it's kind of like I said, like there's a lot of people in the old Destiny community that are like, what went wrong here? This well, actually not what went wrong. Everybody knew this was going to happen, which is a different feel, right?
Yeah.
Um, and the numbers have been stark. There's a lot of kind of like I love the term copium, so I'm going to say it. There's a lot of copium behind like, oh well, actually the numbers aren't that bad, and this and that, and it's not. It's lasted longer than High Guard and all these other things, but um, these are not the numbers Sony is hoping for at all from a
Right.
$4 billion acquisition by probably the premier name in FPSs, right? This is not what they want. If you had to guess right now, where would you guess top 100, where would you guess as of right this second where Marathon is? Brand new
Where are the
FPS shooter just released.
so okay. I
We're recording this on a Sunday afternoon, right? Like maybe not prime gaming time, but definitely up there, right?
my guess would be somewhere near the bottom of the top 100.
Somewhere near the bottom. I think that's fair, right? Um, so I can check this right now, but as of last night, Saturday night, it was at 148. It was somewhere around Bloons TD6, which is not where you want your cutting edge, brand new game to be, right?
Yeah.
Um, this is tough, man. Like, and part of my so okay, so right now, Marathon on Sunday is at 114 with 16,000 concurrent players. Let me tell you some of the games around 16,000 players: Graveyard Keeper, Resident Evil 4, Heartopia, Forza Horizon 5, Mugenics, Brawlhalla, Albion Online, Escape from Tarkov. So you're kind of solidly in like the old game and single player game territory.
I'm surprised
You are
Tarkov's that low.
well, I think this is Steam. I know a lot of people play Tarkov on. I think it has its own launcher. I might be
Oh,
wrong, but I think. But when you're looking at Arc Raiders at 13 with 98,000 players. Apex Legends 112,000. Rainbow Six Siege, which was DOA for a while, right? 99,000. Windrose, the game I've been playing, 207,000. PUBG
yeah.
296. I mean, like these are that's where I am guaranteeing you Sony thought this game was going to be, right? And this is a disaster. So a lot of people started saying, "Hey, there's this new game made by 15 people in Uzbekistan called Windrose that more people are playing than Marathon," and that's what put this game on my radar.
Kraken
Um,
Express is an Uzbek developer.
That's what I have no idea. That's what somebody told me. So, like, I think I watched a YouTube video, and that's what they said. Like, a studio out of Uzbekistan with 15 people is right now, tripling up or not even tripling up. I don't even know what's the difference between 200 and 1,000 and 20,000. 10 timesing up, um, you know, uh, a Bungie game. It's crazy. I don't know what to say about it, but man, it sucks because obviously they killed Destiny for this, and even like the streamers who are playing Marathon are constantly saying everything this game does, Destiny did better with more lore, with 10 years behind it, with like decent community sentiment. Why? Why was this done? And it sucks, man. So, but it got me into Windrose, and I'm enjoying
Well,
Windrose. So,
what I've heard about Marathon, and again, I haven't played a second of this,
mhm,
is that the people who get into it really enjoy it and are impressed by how artistically coherent and singular it is. Like
mhm.
everything about that game is like plays off its goth horror cyberpunk aesthetic,
Right.
down to the what you're doing in the game, which is being a corporate bastard fucking over other corporate bastards.
Right, yeah.
Um, it's just that it's the activities you do in that game are so niche
Yep.
that most people are just going to bounce off it. And like 20,000 CCUs is about what you can hope for with an experience this severe
Which is
and
what pretty much
exacting.
everybody said. I mean, everybody's like, "Yeah, this is gonna be a little niche game." And I don't there's no way you can tell me that Sony's happy spending $250,000 on a little niche game. You can't convince me that. You can't be like, "Oh yeah, this was just a labor of love." No, I mean, if this was like a true Marathon sequel, maybe, but Marathon definitely was single player or had single player elements.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, my kid played. He got marathon with his friends. They played for a little bit. the The gameplay loop is, I think personally, it's going to be one of those things where it is very frustrating for 99% of people, to spend basically all week grinding to go and like basically wager it all on the weekend in the cryo map, right? So I don't know if you're familiar with kind of how it works. So you there's like different maps that are available at different times. And on the weekend, there's like kind of like the end game map that's almost like a raid, right? And you have
Cryo
to go in.
archive, it's called.
I think it's cryo, yeah, something like that. Um, I know people just call it cryo. Um, so in order to go into cryo, you have to have a certain like value to your inventory, right? So you can't just go in there with like starter gear. You have to have like good level gear, to kind of like almost like wager, right? Against other people. Um, and so you kind of have to do things during the week in order to even get into cryo during the weekend. So it becomes like this end of the week event. And I think the idea there was like people are going to love kind of being funneled into that. But in reality, what happens is people don't want to risk their gear that they spent all week getting, uh, because the potential of losing their gear sucks more than the potential of maybe gaining something slightly better. So like the only people playing it are streamers, basically. And they're doing it for content, not really because they enjoy it, but it's fun to kill some noobs and take their stuff, right?
Right.
Um, which is not something that I think anybody kind of that doesn't play games for a full time is going to agree is fun. So I don't know. I don't know where it goes from here because it's one of those things where like you can look at the charts and just see it very slowly declining day after day, week after week, which is never what you want for any niche game, indie game, RPG, whatever, right? You want it to hit it like stable line and say, okay, well, this many people are going to be here every week, and this is our core audience, and as long as we keep these numbers and keep these people happy, we got like a foundation to build on, right? They still haven't hit that, and they're hovering in the 110-ish region of Steam charts. And so a lot of people are like, "Oh, well, it's a console game." No, it's not. Like I think Paul Tassi, who God bless him, all he does is talk about Bungie stuff.
Yeah.
um, I think he was like, "No, actually, we talked in internally, like 70% of the players are on Steam, and that is a chunk, right? That is not the
Oh,
minority. Not This is not something
I
where,
would have
oh,
guessed way more on console.
yeah,
That.
exactly. So I think a lot of people were just kind of sitting there assuming like, okay, well, if it's only 114 on Steam, that's okay because there's probably plenty. No, there's nobody on console really. PS5 is still in that place where like a lot of people just don't use it for gaming, like weirdly. They use it for like kind of like the multimedia machine. And I think that Xbox just doesn't have, the draw for Marathon. I think Bungie kind of left a lot of Xboxers with the bad taste in its mouth who are in like the console war mode still by getting bought out by Sony. But yeah, it's a disaster. It's not the numbers they wanted. It's not the game they wanted. It's not the audience they wanted. People aren't like diving into it and trying to find like all the secrets and stuff. Like I think people did with Destiny, and Bungie kind of loves to like hide all these little things in the game, right? But the audience they've kind of cultivated with Marathon isn't the audience that they had with Destiny. They don't care about a lot of that stuff. They just want to get in and make some people miserable by shooting them and taking their shit, which gets you a certain type of audience, but it's not going to be the same type of audience that wants to dig deep into years of lore and read, Vidocs and stuff like that. So kind of you reap what you sow, I guess, right? Um, but
So
yeah,
the interesting thing here is that like maybe what a Bungie needs to do in order to stay sustainable is to have multiple different audiences. But the problem is standing up one of these massive live service games takes so many resources that if you're
yep.
also at the same time cutting staff and sending Bungie staff over to like SCE proper, um, you're just not going to have the human resources you need to stand up and maintain two massive live service games with different audiences, which
And it
means you're kind of relying on the audience from one to go over to
To
the other.
migrate, exactly, yeah. So there's a lot of, again, Tassie, there's a lot of like, hey, well, they've got 1,000 developers. They've got plenty of people to move on. And so originally, I think it was split pretty evenly, like 500, 500 between Destiny and Marathon. And in his latest, he said there's been like basically a gigantic shift towards Marathon. I think it was like maybe like 700, 300 or something like that, um, more towards marathon now, which is surprising, and it does kind of feel like they're killing off something that works to try to at least stabilize something that so far hasn't. And I don't know if it ever will. There's Destiny at its peak was a juggernaut. Everybody was, well, not everybody, but people were playing it, talking about it. It was part of the
Heck, even
culture. There
I
was
played it for a
memes.
few hours.
Right, right. And I think throwing away that for a game that I think even generously, a lot of people are just gonna look at and be like, "That's not for me." They're not gonna even want to engage with it. It just doesn't feel like the type of game that you know, there was always this meme with Destiny, the dad gamer, the father of three who has 4 hours to play video games a week, and he spends it, doing raids with his buddies on Destiny. Um, that type of person is not going to come back around for marathon. Just straight up, that is not a type of game that that type of person is going to be interested in. And I'm
Yeah,
speaking as a dad, that
because
played a shitload of
like
Destiny.
if you have only 4 hours a week to play video games, you probably want to accomplish something in that interval.
Right.
You don't
Yeah.
want to like get fucked around by sweats, lose all your gear, and then restart at zero
Yeah.
in
For the,
the 4 hours you have before one of your kids is like, I need to go to figure skating practice, right?
yeah, and then you're gonna do it all next week, right? That's I think that's what they were hoping, right? You're just gonna be right back in there grinding up all next week to get the gear to wager in the cryo. No, I'm not doing that, buddy. I mean, it sucks because God knows I love Destiny, but man, I don't know what they were thinking with this one, and it sucks to see it kind of go away, but oh well,
So, like, one thing I do kind of want to point out on this is the reception, like, within games critic circles to Marathon has actually been remarkably positive.
yeah,
And I
love the
think that
art
has,
style, love the gameplay for what it
yeah,
is.
I think that has kind of papered over the commercial reality of what this game is doing.
Mhm.
Because, look, I totally understand being, if you're a game critic, being frustrated at people discussing CCUs for single player games. I totally understand why that's frustrating. I totally understand why um, why you rightfully believe that people don't discuss those numbers correctly, and why you think we should leave this to the likes of like Daniel Ahmad and Matt Piscatella. I totally understand. But when it comes to a multiplayer live service game that relies on having a large community,
Yep.
A, for other people to play with because of the network effects of it being a multiplayer experience, and also because the game needs to earn continuing revenue through microtransactions and people buying skins. Um, if there aren't enough players for that recurring revenue, that has major commercial implications for the studio.
Right,
Um,
and it feels
and
different than me talking about Resident Evil 4, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Or because I
like
can look at these numbers and go, I don't know that I'll find people to play with. I don't care about that with Resident Evil, you know?
yeah, you don't care as an individual player. Like if zero people are playing Resident Evil 4 right now, that does not affect your experience of playing Resident Evil 4. It
Right.
also doesn't really affect Capcom's bottom line. What matters is how many copies they sold.
Yes.
Um, Whereas Bungie needs people to be in that ecosystem, spending cash every now and then to keep the whole thing afloat.
Yep.
Otherwise, the thing makes no logical sense for them to keep working on. They need to get onto the next thing that can earn them their next cash injection. Um, so all this kind of like the backlash against talking against CCUs has kind of created a little bit of like it's not Pollyanna-ish, right? But it has created a little bit of like almost a culture of don't talk about this,
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it
which
doesn't
I
matter. Yeah, well, it
like
does matter.
it kind of does because it is going to look, I will say marathon at 16,000 CCUs is not the level where it's going to be impacting the individual play experience. Like we're not in the hundreds range right now, but it's not looking good for the continued commercial viability of this product.
Right,
And that will eventually have impacts on the player base because it means less resources get poured into new content that keeps people coming back. It means it means maybe Bungie doesn't earn enough money to keep this afloat. It means maybe people get laid off and it starts the death spiral for the studio. Like all of these things unfortunately do matter because we live, for better or worse, I would argue mostly for worse, in a capitalist system where like money is exchanged for goods and services.
yes, and
Um,
also you just got bought by Sony, who I mean, I do think that Sony had plans that were, 1, ridiculous, but 2, obvious to anybody that they weren't going to be able to make what was it, 17 live services games or whatever, and just kind of
I believe
fundamentally
it's 12,
misunderstood.
yeah.
Yeah, fundamentally misunderstood what people want from live service games, but they still made an investment, and they're still going to want a return on that investment. And right now, when you made a $250 million game that I don't even know if it's, in like Hollywood terms, I don't know if it's broke even. I would guess not, but that's still not what Sony I think is looking for with that kind of investment. Um, and it's got to, it's one of those things where like it's harder to band-aid a live service game than it is like any other type of game where it's just like, hey, we're just going to drop a DLC or we're just going to do that. It's like it's very hard to like steer the ship in progress of a live service game, where you always risk like angering the market you have cultivated to grow a market that just hasn't been with you, right? So,
Yeah.
do they want to put in a single player experience where you can gear up and then go into these higher level modes against people who have been doing nothing but PvPing to get their gear? I mean, maybe, but then you've just recreated Destiny. You know what I mean? So you got Destiny with a different aesthetic. So I don't know. It sucks. I mean, I've kind of been. I don't think I've ever had a good thing to say about Marathon. As at least this version of Marathon. I enjoyed the original, but I don't know where it's going to go. But it has introduced me to Windrose, so I guess great for that. But,
Yeah, one more thing before we circle back to Windrose.
uh-huh.
I I almost wonder if they'd pursued a more traditional path where they made a single player story driven FPS with like a 12-hour campaign and then a PvE like a more stripped down PvE multiplayer mode, most like something like a mixture between deathmatch and extraction, but maybe less
Sure.
harsh. Um, if that would have hit,
I think it would have, but I think here's the thing. That exists and it's the Division, Dark Zone, right? So I've always thought that they want to be innovative. They want to be innovators, right? So
yeah,
even though this is an extraction shooter, they wanted to put their own twist on it, right? And that's this kind of like, hey, this map rotates through on the weekend, and if you gear up and you wager your gear, there's some of that in Tarkov, right? Obviously, but I feel like this was their spin, and I think they were maybe more worried than they should have been about being compared to other games, that they wanted to do something unique and reinvent some stuff that maybe didn't need to be. And I think that's where they kind of got in trouble. And
Yeah.
Marathon feels unique, but in a way that to an audience that already maybe it is going to appeal to anyway, it feels unique to them. But to everybody else, it feels uniquely bad. So that's I don't know. I mean, like, I don't even know if I would ever even give this game a shot. That's crazy to say to me. I mean, I'll play almost any FPS, right? I've got a ton of hours in Battlefield 6 and 2042, and I've played most of the Call of Duties. I even actually like some of the more recent ones. But I'm not even interested in this one at all. And it just feels like
Yeah.
it's like I think, one of the knocks on Bungie a long time ago on in like the Destiny world is they gave some kind of, I don't know if it was like, I don't know if it was like a GDC talk or a TED talk or something like that, right? And they basically talked about like how to get people addicted to video games. And that has always kind of been like in the background of a lot of Bungie stuff. I think that talk. And to me, this seems like they're kind of playing on like, I don't know if necessarily the gambler's fallacy, but definitely something to deal with, kind of like encouraging that level of like gambling where I get my gear, I put it into, the cryo, I lose my gear, but maybe next time I'm the one that wins it. So I've got to just keep doing this over and over again. That
Yeah, like keep pulling that slot machine
Right,
lever.
right. And eventually I'm going to be the one who walks out of cryo with the coolest gear. But then what's the next step? So then next week I get to go be the one in cryo with the coolest gear to wager it against somebody else. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
it,
like you don't hold on to that gear for very long,
right,
because there are also going to be other high skilled players walking in there.
right.
Um, I almost wonder though, like I know that first person the division is not a very unique thing, but it seems like that has a larger potential audience than first person meaner Tarkov.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, 100%. And you know what? Who proves that I think is Arc Raiders, right?
yeah,
There's people who go into Arc Raiders and all they do is play the fiddle at each other and share the loot and everybody walks out happy. And they're mad when they get killed by other people, even though it's, ostensibly a PvP extraction shooter, but it's kind of developed its own community and culture. I don't think that there's an opportunity for Marathon to even do that because it rewards you for risking your gear so much that if I go in there and I know you're already kitted out to the teeth because you're in this area, the reason for me to pull the trigger is a lot stronger than just some guy I see running around on a map. Um, so I don't know. I think this has the feel of something that somebody pushed because of streamers. This feels like a very streamer oriented system and game and everything else where I have unlimited hours to play this game and I'm going to have like whale level of monetization with buying, things like that, but um this is not engaging to your dad fan base that you
yeah.
cultivated with Destiny.
So this is actually a really important point because it ties into what I wanted to circle back to with Windrose.
Mhm.
Um, like oftentimes your sweats are also the loudest people in your
Oh,
audience.
yeah.
And it
100%.
becomes very easy to think that they are representative of where you're going to be making your bread.
Yep.
So if you listen to them too much, you cater to a very specific audience that the vast majority of players are not going to be part of.
Right.
The vast majority of players are people who don't say anything or don't provide any feedback.
Yeah, they're not on Reddit. They're not on, social media. They're not streaming and yelling at their Twitch audience. They're, "Hey, man, I got 5 hours. What should I go play?" Um
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
growing up playing MMOs, I think kind of taught me this lesson in a really weird way because it did sometimes seem like there was communities that were louder than others. Like even like to the point of like I remember when I played EverQuest, right? There was a patch and druids were like, "We suck now. We suck. We're terrible." And like everybody wanted all these changes, and all these druids pushed for all these changes, and like they made them. And now all of a sudden, the best class in the game was clearly druids, like by a mile, right? And it led to everybody else being like, why did you make them so powerful? Now nobody else wants to play basically any other class. We can't get into raids. Nobody wants to group with us because you basically made them the best healers, the best tanks, the best
Right.
spellcasters, everything, right? So sometimes when you have that loud group that kind of goes over everybody else, they don't really care about the interest of the game. They care about the interest of themselves, right? So if you're a streamer and all you really care about is growing an audience, you know, and owning noobs all weekend when you're streaming live is a great way to do it. You're probably more invested in marathon than the person that you're killing who's like, this sucks,
Exactly.
man. You know?
So we're going to take that point and circle back to Windrose in a second. But
Yeah.
first, hey, Quinley Thorne, how are you doing?
Miserable. Thank you. I had to install my audio drivers like 3 fucking times.
Yeah. So
Ugh.
quick intro for Quinley Thorne. She's praying to Kami to win a trip to Atami. How are you doing? I just asked you how you're doing. Apparently miserable. So like
I'm back from Atami with my audio drivers.
found
Ugh.
like no wonder they suck. They're like drowning at the bottom of the hot springs, and you pull them up. They're all covered in gunk and water. You stick them in your computer, and now you fried the whole thing.
The hot spring was nice though. It was lovely. No notes on the hot springs.
Exactly. So yeah, Quinley Thorne was supposed to join us earlier, but unfortunately, they're having some pretty severe audio issues where their laptop wouldn't detect the frickin' 3.5 millimeter jack.
Even though
I
it
don't know.
has one. It has one. Like ugh.
I
I've seen
remember
that
I
problem.
broke off one in one of my Xboxes, like my 360 maybe era Xbox, and I broke it off inside the controller, like the little stubby part at the end. And like I still to this day, I think I just threw it out. I have no idea how you're supposed to get that out of there.
Like
Oh,
I
it
would
wasn't
imagine,
it
like
wasn't even
you
that.
pour
Like I
oil in
just
there.
it,
Sorry, no, don't do that.
that's okay. Yeah, no, don't do that. No, it just I use this laptop purely to watch YouTube in bed because I'm decadent. And then I'm like, let me see if I can use this in my office because I moved my gaming setup upstairs. And so I wanted to still record where there wasn't going to be a whole bunch of echo. And then I plug in the headphones and it just doesn't fucking work. And I'm like, okay, well, let me see if I can. And then had to, and then, an hour later, here I
You
am.
know what's funny is like of all the tech, it seems like headsets and sound stuff and printers have just never gotten any better. They've always kind of stayed like,
Yeah, like
yeah,
it's
like why?
always the biggest pain to get those things specifically to
Yeah,
work. Like those are the
exactly.
things that like you try to do anything, you update a driver and immediately wah, wah, it's not exactly how I want it. Wah, you
And
need
there's
an
only like
outdated driver from 2021 for me to work. Wah.
and there's only really one game in town too, right? I think everybody's got real tech, right? I don't know if there's even another
Yeah,
driver.
it's all fucking that's the one I had to reinstall.
Yeah, yeah. I've been
Anyway,
there.
I definitely know what game we're talking about.
It's
Uh,
Windrose and Marathon, but Windrose Marathon at the same time somehow.
oh man,
Um,
Yeah.
Marathon. Oh no. You
Uh,
haven't talked about Marathon already, have you?
oh yeah.
we just finished talking about marathon. We can talk about marathon some more. Actually, let me make the point I was going to make about Windrose, and we can circle back again to marathon. So the point I was going to make about Windrose was you described earlier that they kind of chunked out the game so that it kind of slowed people's progression down a little bit. And they weren't just getting all the top stuff right at the start and then complaining, well, I don't have anything else to do. And I think that was really clever of them because you see this a lot of times where like the loudest sweats churn through all the content in games, especially
Yep.
like your
The
Hoyoverse games like
loudest sweats.
Genshin. Yeah, your sweats. Like,
Yeah,
you
your
haven't heard that
sweat
term
lords.
before? Yeah,
No,
your sweat
I've
lords.
heard sweat lords. I've just never heard it shortened that way before.
Sweats. You're thinking of like sweatpants.
I'm like, sweats?
Yeah,
Oh, sweats are so comfortable. I'm wearing sweats right now.
I'm wearing Adidas track pants. I'm
Oh,
living in
hell yeah.
luxury.
Are you also
Um,
squatting? I'm picturing you squatting over a laptop, like Slav squatting. You've got the gold
I
chain.
wish. I wish. I wish I could pull off like chav clothing. I think that would be really neat.
Mm.
I need to get some Burberry. I used to have my old
Burberry.
glasses frames were Burberry frames.
Oh, hell
Um,
yeah.
yeah, so I was like a secret chav.
Oh,
Um,
secretly.
secret chav. That's the title.
He's been living a double life this whole time.
Oh my god, that. Anyway, um, Cap say governor. You know what? Doesn't matter. Uh, um, so yeah, it seems like the way they chunked out the content kind of deliberately didn't cater to the sweats, as if it's like the pacing is more catering to the kind of the silent majority
Right.
who are going to be playing the game a couple of hours a week rather than people who are just churning through content or burning through it rather as fast as possible. And it just goes to show that some like you can accumulate a mass audience if you cater the game more to the mass audience's pacing rather than this like over
Instant
like
gratification kinda.
yeah, like instant gratification and over deference to the sweats or the sweat
Mhm.
lords. Um, so it seemed like Windrose did this cleverly in a way that some other games have unfortunately not. Yeah,
Yeah, and it shows kind of, I think, in the sales, and I think it shows in the active user and just kind of the general sentiment around the game. I think it's very positive. It has that feel of like something that is not necessarily super fresh, to be honest with you. I mean, there's been this type of game for a while now. You know what I mean? But it does feel like that they're getting just the right amount of user engagement, I guess, from the game to kind of feel like it's in a place all of its own right now.
exactly. And to go back to Marathon, like we were making the point earlier that
Mhm.
it seems like this is a game designed around only what the hardest of hardcore would find enjoyable.
Right.
And
Yeah.
like with this particular kind of very mean type of extraction shooter,
Mhm.
the hardest of hardcore, anyone who's not the hardest of hardcore is fresh meat for the hardcore to
Yeah.
dine on.
Yeah.
And
There
unless you're a gaming masochist, I don't think it's very fun to be fresh meat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the reason I wanted to know is there's this YouTuber that Sal turned me on to called his name is Noah Caldwell Gervais.
Yeah,
He is fantastic. He is currently playing Marathon and he is enjoying literally everything except the multiplayer aspect of it. And he's like and I think he had, I guess it was like a bunch of like a thread on Blue Sky or something talking about it. He's like, I love the UI, I love the aesthetics, I love the story, I love the lore. Like the fact that they're going out of their way to do this clearly means that they want the player to see it. But I hate I love everything Marathon has to offer. I just wish I could play it alone. Like it's not fun to spawn in with a full group and then have all three of those people, get sniped or something like right at the jump and then I'm having to fight everything by myself anyway.
Yep.
And like if he's like, but if you go and you complain about that, everyone's like, then play a single player game. Like he's met with being angry. He's like, it's like I'm sitting here with this game waiting for waiting for it to change knowing that it's not going to,
Yeah.
and like
right.
that's the thing that's keeping me from getting it
Isn't that
is
like
that
the
like
domestic violence language though?
yeah like like it's like boo boo, I don't know what you expected. Like
Yeah.
and the other thing too though is like all of the people that I know that actually enjoy the game and actually have a whole lot of fun with the game, they are playing with people they know.
Yep.
And I think that's the big thing. If you play with people like you automatically know that people are going to be playing with you as opposed to just like if you get popped off, I don't give a shit what happens to you. Like I'm out here on my own. Like you are another body for somebody to
Yeah,
aim at.
you're
That isn't me. Like if you're actually playing with people who are going to play with you, yeah, I imagine that mitigates a lot of those concerns. But also, uh Boo boo, that's what the game is. That's why I
Yeah.
haven't bought it. Nobody made you spend those $40. Nobody
Yeah.
made you do that. You did that.
And what's funny is like the closer you get to like that kind of like world, you just get closer and closer to Destiny. You know what I mean? Because that's what
I,
Destiny was in a lot of ways, right? You
yeah.
like the game, you like the lore, you like this, you like that. You just want a single player experience.
The f-
Yeah,
I
that's
played. I literally binged the first Destiny, not Destiny 2. I binged it for 8 hours, and then as soon as I got to like, okay, it's time to do raids, I'm like, I'll see you.
Nah.
I'm good. Nah, I don't need that.
Yeah.
But thank you.
It's
It's been nice. And
so
like it would be so much. The problem is that like I know this game is my shit. Like I know in my bones this game would be my shit if it weren't for the asymmetrical extraction loot shooter bullshit. I know
yeah.
I would love
I
this
think
game
I think
if
that's a
it
oh,
weren't
lot of
for that
people's
part.
100%.
yeah,
And it would
but
be
So
it'd be so much easier to justify not buying it if it was $70. Because it'd be like, I'm not paying $70 for something like that. I'm not doing that. And then I saw it was $40. I'm like, oh, but it's only $40 though. And now it's on sale for $30. And I'm like, eh.
I'm
Like
not gonna say good.
I'd have one other person to play it with because South is the one that turned me on to Marathon to begin with. I watched them play it, and they got me into the lore, and like now we're both obsessed with it. He is obsessed with it in the way that I'm obsessed with Xenosaga, if it's like just to give you an idea. And like I know I'd have at least one other person to play it with, but you need I think it's what is it? Like you need a squad of at least
Or yeah.
four.
Or you
Yeah.
can
3, I
solo,
believe.
and the solo
It's 3 or
experience is like
solo.
yeah,
Yeah.
is not very fun. You know,
Alone.
I don't. I'm not going to say this definitively, but I also think sometimes with a game like with this strong of an art style, if you're going after the hardcore shooter crowd, you got to remember that the hardcore shooter crowd is also the type of people who play CS:GO at like bare minimum specs to get every single frame they can get.
On
You know
their
what I'm talking
phone.
about? Yeah.
They have a controller plugged into their phone, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because that way you get, you get every single frame matters basically when you're trying to
Yeah.
like play a competitive shooter. So I think I'm not saying it's exactly wasted, but I don't think that there's a lot of appreciation for the core audience they're going for the art style that that game has in a
Yeah,
way.
would it in your opinion, would it be possible, like, to for them to have a PvE only mode? Would that be possible? Like,
Yeah,
could they do that?
and
Well, could
It's
they do that without having to rebalance the game in any way? Like,
and
could they
they've
just literally go, "Hey, here's a PvE mode. It doesn't have any lobbies. Or you make your own private lobby with only your friends and people you know. Here to go. Have
Yeah,
a
but
good
the
time."
problem is then you call it the shadow zone and people go, "Yeah, we remember when Division did this with the dark zone." That's what I was talking about earlier.
Oh,
It
fuck.
it it feels so reminiscent of the exact same thing that like in an effort to be unique, I feel like they forgot that lesson that I think
Oh.
the Division taught pretty well, which is that
Mm,
people will engage with this type of thing, but they don't want it to be their sole source of interacting with the game because then it
right.
feels bad. And
Mm,
that's what the dark zone was, right? You would go gear out, and the rest of the game there was raids, there was all these other things, right? And then at the
mhm,
end, when you just wanted to pop in the dark zone and have a little bit of an extraction shooter experience, there it was, right? But it wasn't your
mhm.
sole source of stuff. And yeah, you could lose everything, but you were just losing like the same type of stuff you would get anyway. It's just you
Mhm.
got more of it faster. Which doesn't feel bad.
Okay.
I mean, like, because
Okay, but
that's
the people who want the PvE, they don't care
yeah,
about that.
absolutely, absolutely. But
so
the core of the game right now is so based around, well, if I'm going to go into this area and wager everything that I got this week, and you're going to just play, you're just going to get the same amount of stuff, just loading into like a bot farm.
Mhm.
It's gonna irritate the core
oh
people who
yeah.
they've
Yeah,
cultivated now, who are gonna be like, well,
right.
why would I ever play this if I can just go do this in the same place? And again,
Mhm.
I'm not sure if you heard this, but I really think a lot of that is because they really courted the streamer market to go in there on the weekend and pwn noobs all night. um
Ugh.
that if they start to anger that market, the only thing they've got right now basically, and it's not a lot, but the only thing they've got right now I think is the hardcore streamer market. and you
Well,
throw
but the
that out.
streamers are gonna move on to something else
Yep.
unless you're talking about, like, Destiny-only streamers, like, there are Warframe streamers and stuff that do that,
Yeah.
but that game's been out for, since, what, 2014, 2013, or whatever,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
are there just Destiny-only streamers? Is that
Oh,
the
yeah.
audience they're
Yeah.
catering to? Oh,
Yes.
for fuck's
And I
sake.
mean, you see it amongst those communities still,
Mm,
where it's like, there's certain content creators. Some are better than others, don't get me wrong. But Destiny has been a cash cow for them. It's been a lifestyle, and
it's a
they've developed a
lifestyle.
community. They've got people who tune in just to watch them play and them do like
Mm,
weird crazy challenges and stuff. There's not many games, I think in the streaming community, there's not a lot of many games where you can main them, right? It was pretty much just
mm,
WoW for a long time, right?
yeah, yeah.
And by maining it, it's like all I do is I wake up, I log into WoW. I wake up, I log into WoW. Like that,
Yeah,
it was that.
that and Final Fantasy 11 and then
Right.
14, yeah.
And it was that for Destiny for a lot of those content creators. And I think a lot of them thought they would transition to Marathon. But there's no equivalent of like, hey, I'm going to do a raid with my buddies using only, hand cannons. There's nothing
Mhm.
like that in Marathon. It's just, I'm going to go sweat with other sweats to show that I'm the
Yeah.
sweatiest of the sweats, you know? And that has limited appeal because I mean, even if I'm enjoying your content, I can't go mimic your content, you know?
The
Which is
sweatiest.
yeah,
Well, it's like aspiring to Hollywood celebrity. Like
right.
you're never going to be, I don't know, Leonardo DiCaprio, but you can dream, right?
Yeah.
Mm,
So I don't know. Marathon I think is in a weird spot. I don't see it growing. Is the number one problem I think for Marathon.
yeah.
I see the audience it's got. The like I don't know if you guys are. I think you should leave fans, but where she's like, I've got this amount of money and that's it until I die. That's what I think about
Oh,
with Marathon. It's
no.
like I've got this amount of fans and that's it until the game dies. So-
Okay, well, maybe okay. So, well, no, because if the game dies, like, if the fans die, like, well, no, I guess they could
If the
always
fans
unplug it.
die, wait,
No,
what?
not the fan the
What are we doing
the fan
now?
the
it got
fan
dark.
growth, like,
It
if
got
the
quick.
no, like, if the fans if all of the f like, the if all the fair weather fans that are here, like, because there's always gonna be the patch that pisses everybody off
Yep.
is coming. It
Yeah.
is
It
coming.
came for Arc. It came
Maybe
for every
yeah,
game
it
has
came
it.
for
You're
Arc,
exactly right.
it came for Tekken, it is coming. Maybe not now, maybe not even 6 months from now, maybe not even till the end of the year, but it is coming. And when it does, a whole lot of people are going to leave.
Yep.
And if a significant enough portion of those players leave, they run into maybe not quite as severe, obviously, as a Concord situation where there literally aren't enough people to play, but it'll be enough, I'm assuming, because I haven't played it yet, but if you get into a situation where you're kind of running into like the same like handful, like the same 50-ish people in every lobby or whatever, that gets boring,
Oh yeah,
doesn't it?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
That
and then
is
people drop it because of that. So like what is their plan to
Well,
retain this player
I
base? Is
know
it
that their
just
plan. I know
sweats?
their
They're just going to stay sweaty?
yeah.
I
Just
know their plan
clammy and
wasn't to
disgusting?
be 114 on Steam charts. So that's the
Mm.
step one is you gotta build. And I don't know that you build with people who just aren't
Well,
interested unless you have a single player experience. And so
yeah,
you're
and
kind of
like
trapped.
like I feel like if the patch that pisses everybody off, like if let me put it this way, the patch that pisses off the right kind of people, right?
Mhm.
Like the people who are just the the sweat lords who are just grinding and grinding to get every little thing. If this pisses them off enough that they just go to something else or whatever, that changes the makeup of the player base quite a bit. Like I remember reading about players coming from Arc to Marathon and being turned off by
Mhm.
the player base because the player base in Arc, I haven't played Arc, so I'm going purely by what I've been reading people say about it, but the player base in Arc, at least that I by my understanding is that it is far more collaborative, it is far
Yeah.
more friendly, like,
Yeah, we
most
were
of the people
discussing that
you
earlier.
encounter in Arc are very friendly and want to help. They want you to succeed, they're very accommodating to new players. And Marathon is, as I understand, very much not like
Right.
that.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
not
yeah,
like that at all.
you see someone,
But
you're getting ganked. That's
Yeah,
how
yeah,
there's
Marathon
no
works.
reason not to because yeah, I
yeah,
mean, you know that person has gear. You
yeah,
know it. It's not like
so
in Arc where it's like, "Oh,
y
well, this guy's just having fun on the same map I am." Nope. I mean, you
right.
know that guy has stuff already by the nature of the way they've designed the game.
Right.
So,
So, but if the patch that comes that pisses everybody off, pisses off all of like the worst elements, would that be enough to bring in like players who maybe are wanting something as like as far as player base are wanting a more collaborative experience? Or like is there even a way to like create a well, I guess that would just be
So
the
I
PvE only lobby
well,
idea
I'll say
again.
two things. I'll say a few things on this. I think if you have the larger the player base you have, the higher probability that there's a pocket of people in that player base that want to play cooperatively, and
Mhm.
that idea can spread throughout the player base. And Arc was lucky in that it garnered enough of a player base at launch to have those pockets that then influenced the culture of that player base.
Mhm.
Marathon never had that, unfortunately.
right.
Mm.
And
Okay.
one
So
thing I will
there's no way
say
to
is
develop that culture.
you get that
Mm.
culture from attracting a certain type of streamer, right? Like
Yeah,
back to the
yeah.
streamers. And so like Lyric, he's a good example, right? Lyric just wants to have fun. He does nothing but variety streams, right? So when he picks
Mhm,
up something like Arc, his angle is like, yeah, everybody else is killing everybody else, but I want to make this a little bit different, right? So he's a unique streamer in that regard, right? He's not on there because his audience doesn't care about him just going in there and owning noobs. That's not what he's
mhm,
makes his bread and butter doing, right? He
mhm.
comes at it from like, how can I make this a unique experience? So then he goes in there and all his audience goes in there with him because they want to play with him. And his
Right.
goal is like, hey, why don't we all just go kill this boss? Why are we shooting each other? Just stop. Stop doing that. Everybody grab this, weapon. We're all going to go to the middle. We're all going to fight this boss and we're all going to get out of here with cool stuff. And then
Mm,
once you've seen somebody do that, it catches on. I mean, it
mm,
sounds dumb, right? But like
mm.
it catches on. And then that's what people want. That's the experience that goes on a bunch of different Twitch streams. Hey, I was in
Right.
that lyric raid. It was really cool. We all walked out of there with cool stuff. Now I want to do that, right? Um, and I think the type of streamer you attract is something that you got to be almost like foster. And I think that's why
Mm.
now what you're seeing with
Yeah.
Marathon is they're offering some streamers like six figures to basically
What?
play Marathon. Yes,
Oh
yeah,
my
it was
god.
leaked I think last week that
Oh,
there
jeez.
is money to be made.
Payola?
Yeah.
Payola? Streamer payola?
Streamer Payola's been a thing for a while.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
has
yeah, but
tons of
like that
streams.
much? 6
Oh yeah,
figures?
yeah. Because
Jesus, that's
that's the only
crazy.
way you cultivate it.
That's
And
Mm.
like Columbia Records money.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like I was about to so it occurs to me that the thing I'm actually asking for what I'm asking for in essence is I'm asking for Marathon to implement RP server.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. You're
yeah.
right.
Apparently, like Skyrim RP has become a big thing recently in the RP space.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Um, but
There's a Red Dead Redemption RP like server that I follow vicariously through Tumblr because I like this Tumblr artist's fan art of their characters. And I'm just like, I never played that game, but they make it look really fun.
Oh,
Like
I
I don't
watch
know, I
so
feel
much
like that would be
GTA RP.
fun.
It's my soap opera to tune into some
Yeah.
GTA RP and like see what
Mm.
drama they're all getting into this week. I like
Ah,
it. I'm never gonna you're never gonna hear me say anything bad about it. But yeah, I
performance.
you could do that with Marathon. It would just take it's a community thing. And
Yeah,
then
you'd have to it would be a community. It would have to be a pretty big push. You'd
so
have to get a lot of buy-in from people who are not interested in
So
that.
one thing I could see is that I play a ton of Elite Dangerous, right? Now, Elite Dangerous has two modes, right? Open and then offline. But your offline experience goes into open, and open really is like open, everybody you can run into other people, but it also has this thing called the background sim where the environment is like if I move a million crates of platinum to this planet, I affect the
Mhm.
market enough to make things go up or down, right? Which is cool. So a
Ah,
lot of
okay.
people want to play in open, but they also don't want to deal with gankers, which are pirates that run around obviously and shoot you down for your
Mhm.
platinum. So
Right.
what they did is they made this thing called groups. So I can join this group, and on this server, it's like almost like a private server, and each group has its own play style, right? So in Elite
Mm.
Dangerous, there's this thing called the Mobius group, and the deal is, yeah, anybody can sign up for Mobius, but we don't allow PvP. And if you PvP
Mm.
and you shoot another ship, we just kick you from Mobius, right? Now you're going
Yeah.
to get some trolls, right? But the
Right.
second you fire on, you send a message, hey, this guy's shooting at me. They check the, whatever the bounty logs that are in the game already. They say, yeah, okay, you're out of Mobius.
Mhm.
So I could see something like that eventually being something that maybe Marathon looks into, which is, hey, this is a group of people who only want to play a PvE experience. If you come in
Right.
here and you shoot somebody while they're extracting, you're kicked out of this group because this is how
Right.
they want to play.
Right.
Is that going to be appealing to most people? I have no idea, right? We used
Right.
to have this in WoW, and they called it Care Bear servers, right? Which was,
Yeah.
hey, on
Aw.
this server, the Alliance and the Horde just don't fight. They just don't, right? Like
Mm,
it's
okay.
understood if you join this server, it's a Care Bear server, and it's not just not PvP. It's also like you don't accidentally flag, you don't do this, you don't do that,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
It was not a requirement because there were people who kind of like manipulated Care Bear servers for whatever reason.
Mhm.
But it was kind of understood like, hey, if you're in a Care Bear server, you just don't. And I could see that being a marathon thing. But now you have to
Mhm.
split your player base that's already kind of small even more.
Yeah.
And that's when you start getting into trouble
It
again.
Okay.
also would require Bungie to allow for people to set up their own custom servers,
Mhm.
which then takes away the revenue stream for microtransactions because then people can mod whatever they want to onto the custom servers.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Damn
So they're
it.
never going to permit that, unfortunately. Um, the last thing I'll say on this point is a lot of hay has been made of the fact that, like, Marathon being mean is of a piece with its like cybergoth aesthetic. And if Marathon were not mean, you'd be making a different game, one
Right.
that's
Okay.
incongruous with its aesthetic. So,
I-
well, I'm actually gonna like I'm setting up the point, and then I'm going to tear it
Okay.
down.
Mhm.
Um, which is yes, that's true. But there are other ways to make mean gameplay that don't rely on the particular meanness of PvP. You can have mean or highly consequential PvE. You can have a single player campaign that like fucks with the player. Like
The
all of
original
these
games were single player. That's the thing that's fucking
Yeah,
The
exactly.
original trilogy was all single player because it came out in like 1995 or some shit.
Yeah, it all came out in the 90s. Um
Ugh.
And so, like, I agree that the
These people don't
gameplay
even know
is
what
of a
marathon
piece
is.
with the themes that they're trying to relate. But it's not the only way to relate those themes to still be congruent with this aesthetic. And yes, that's a very
Mm,
different game. Yes, like at a certain point, if you're doing games criticism, you have to evaluate the thing that's in front of you. But in terms of like what we would like to see an experience like this be, I think it's fine to bandy around the idea that, hey, they could have made a single player version of this and they chose not to. Like that's just a path that they chose not to follow. And
mm.
it's fine for us to wish that they had followed that path. So yeah. That's
Yep.
marathon.
It pisses me off because the vast majority of people playing marathon right now don't even know that it was a thing before, that it previously existed, because Bungie did nothing with the fucking property
Yeah,
for
even
like
Oh yeah, for
20
like
something
25
years.
years.
Yeah.
they did a Bungie 30th anniversary thing in Destiny, and basically gave like people like kind of like cosmetics from other games.
They showed the marathon symbol. Ooh, you get
No,
a
well, there was like
thing
an
with a
Did they show the
circle.
Oni symbol as well?
no, there was
What?
like a
Otis?
cosmetic set.
Oni. They made Oni.
Oni! Oni, fuck Oni.
But yeah, I mean it's kind of weird that
Jesus.
like the direction it's going. I mean it I remember, man, it must have been about a podcast. I don't even know how many years ago where I was like every company that I grew up with. All the B's are all falling apart. And it was Blizzard,
Mm,
Bethesda, BioWare, and Bungie. I think Bethesda's kind of righted the
man.
ship now. But
Eh,
man, well,
they're on thin ice.
Starfield's got like a kind of resurgence going on. A lot of people are digging the Free Lanes update, and it's got a ton of players actually, which is better than I can say for Marathon. But
You
um,
mean they finished the game?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
very
yeah.
interesting. That's very
Well, I
interesting.
think me and Merv were pretty pro Starfield. I think we're the only people in the world who are like, yeah, it's
Well,
actually something here.
okay,
Mm,
I would say I'm mixed to positive on Starfield. I didn't love it,
I
but
don't
I
I
liked.
I don't think we need to relitigate it
Yeah,
because we'll be
look,
here another hour.
yeah, I will say my opinion on Starfield is that I think I came across more positive than I actually am on it because I think it's vastly underrated. And I don't understand the hatred for it, especially because it's so much better than Bethesda's other games. And I don't understand the love for those games. So really, it's me just shitting on like Oblivion, which I think is a trash fire. But again, we're relitigating Discourse from like 2 years ago. I'm glad that Starfield is doing better right now.
I
Um,
I think Starfield is pretty solidly rated. It's neither overrated nor underrated. It is just rated.
it is a video game where you can do some
Yes,
stuff.
it is extant. You can play it.
Speaking of video games where you can do some stuff,
Oh
I
yeah.
just finished Romeo is a Dead Man.
Mm.
Yeah, the latest game from Suda 51 studio, Grasshopper Manufacturer. They actually independently published this one. Not published, that's not a word.
Into
Independently published.
published.
Independently published.
You can make it a word. Into
Into
publish. It rolls off
published.
the tongue.
Yeah.
It rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it rolled off the tongue so easily that I invented it by accident. Um, So, just to describe what this is, you've played a zombie game before. You've played a zombie game where you hack and slash the zombies to bits. This is one of those games. Except for every game that has zombies can't call them zombies. There, we've heard walkers, we've heard freakers. What else have we heard out there? None of them.
Uh,
Zeds.
Zeds?
Yeah.
Which game had
Zeds?
Zeds?
I want to say it was it World War Z or one of those
You mean World
ones?
War
You
Z?
mean World War
Yeah,
Z?
World War Z. I think that might have been it. There you go. As Canadian as I
Z's.
can make it.
Yeah. So in this game, they're called rotters, and you spend the game going around to through various
Rotters.
fairly linear levels, killing quote unquote rotters. Um, and in that sense, this is not a very unique game. There are lots of hack and slash zombie games. It's really the trappings of the game that make this unique. The premise is that you are a half dead FBI agent who was nearly killed in a zombie attack. And then you're resurrected at the last second by your grandfather and given a helmet that covers your half broken face. Um, and then you become a time cop whose headquarters is on a spaceship and you travel through different time periods um, killing other people who can manipulate time because they're evil and trying to
Now this is a Suda
They're
destroy
game, you
you.
said,
manipulating.
right?
They're
Because this
manipulating
seems
time
pretty
wrong.
grounded. Are you sure this is a Suda game? I mean,
It is fairly grounded for a
I'm
Suda
kidding.
game.
It sounds
Yeah.
bad shit.
He
Oh,
got
it's
all that
totally
stuff.
batshit, but it is also
Yeah.
fairly grounded for a Suda game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So the real batshit component is, and this really comes through in the art style and the various like little bits and bobs and aesthetic flourishes. Um, Suda 51 loves pop culture.
Yeah,
Yes, he does.
yeah.
Like
Even if he doesn't
it's
understand it, he loves it.
so here's the thing. I think Suda 51 like not just has a deep love for pop culture, but also a deep appreciation and understanding for what different aesthetics
Yeah,
imply and invoke.
definitely
Mm,
Uh,
aesthetics. I can go with that.
yeah.
yeah, so he's not like here when Romeo is a dead man. The only like bit of pop culture whose themes he's playing with is obviously Romeo and Juliet. Um, Beyond that, he's just taking aesthetic trappings. But in in really fascinating ways. Um, this is a guy who loves like the appearance and feel of analog tech.
Mhm.
And analog tech appears throughout the game. Like the dimensional portals you use to go between the actual level and something called subspace, which I'll explain in a second, are old style CRT TVs with like the little knobs and dials. Do you remember those from like the early 90s
Yeah.
where you didn't have remote
Yeah.
controls? You'd like walk up to your TV, you'd
Mm,
fiddle with the dial, you'd turn the dial to tune the channel. Um, that's the kind of thing that he's got throughout this game.
mm.
Um, a lot of stuff that uses pixel art. There's a wild section that's um like all done in VNs. Um and he's got like at a certain point there are segments that invoke the work of like um Asaki Yuasa and like Mind Game, if you guys know that movie, that really like wildly like wild singularly like that really wild anime movie with like this really singular as like really rough aesthetic.
No,
um
I
I'll
don't know
take your
any
word for it
anime
though.
stuff.
yeah,
I
my
haven't
game
seen
is
that
just
one.
like really niche. Like people know Yuasa now for like Devilman Crybaby and Ride Your Wave, um
Oh, okay, that
things like
guy.
that. But he cut his teeth on as a director on his movie from 2004 called Mind Game. And I do not like that movie at all, but
Mhm.
I cannot deny how like unique its aesthetic is, and that's the kind of thing that Suda's playing around with in certain segments of this game. So all these influences are kind of like stewed together into this thing that's just like pulling from various bits and bobs of pop culture as you're going through it. Uh, and this is really necessary because gameplay wise, it's a fairly generic game. Like
Oh wow.
it's you got your light attack, you got your heavy attack, you got your dodge. You've played this games exactly like this before. You don't even unlock the air dash until the last third of the game.
Oh,
Hmm.
wow.
Um, so this feels like it should have like I should be air juggling these quote unquote rotters, but it's very ground bound. You're on the ground. You can do a jump attack for slightly more damage, but like there's no sense of like verticality in combat. Like you're not hopping onto platforms and like raining death from above. You're not jumping into the air and air juggling zombies. You're
Which
not doing anything like
usually,
that.
I mean, usually Suda loves like crazy movement, crazy combat, like more visual combat than maybe even like,
It depends on the Suda game, but generally, yeah. I mean, No More Heroes was certainly that way.
at
Yeah,
least Killer 7 was too. I mean, like that,
Killer 7 was a rail shooter.
you think you
but it,
might be thinking of Killer is Dead.
Killer's
Yeah,
dead.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So it is a little bit disappointing is the wrong word. It's surprisingly simple. And really what's getting you through this game is not like combat's not unfun. It's just the thing you do to get to the next little bit of the game.
It's a means
Um,
to an end.
yeah. And what really might even be more entertaining is the parts of the game that take place in quote unquote subspace. These are for the most part combat free. And every level has kind of a subspace dimensional equivalent in the background. So you've seen things like this before. I think Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, A Crack in the Slab from Dishonored, Effect and Cause from Titanfall 2, where you're going back and forth between different dimensions. Here, you're not going back and forth on the fly. You can only go back and forth at specific points. But essentially, things you do in subspace, which is like laid out as like a geometric block outline kind of version of the level, um, that you have to kind of solve environmental puzzles and navigate through to unlock um, different parts of the real world level. That turns out to at first be really simple, but towards the last few levels of the game, you're almost trying to solve a puzzle in one dimension to unlock stuff in the other dimension, and it requires like really careful understanding of level layout to be able to navigate properly. Um, it actually ends up being like I can imagine if you don't have spatial sense, it will be ridiculously frustrating. But because I've played so many puzzle games at this point, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can kind of do this down pat and not really struggle too much with it. Um, so that's really what the game is at its core. It's a hack and slash zombie game. It's got a narrative that doesn't make a lot of sense. Um,
Natch.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it's the problem is there is this extremely detailed, complicated plot, but it's only related through like notes you pick up throughout the game, and you would have to collect every note and then pour over them in sequence to get the actual story of the game. Otherwise, nothing you do really makes sense.
Now,
Mm.
correct me if I'm wrong, but you've always been kind of lukewarm on him, right? On Suda and Grasshopper, just in general.
This is my first Suda game.
Oh,
I've
really?
Wait,
Okay.
never
really?
played. I've never played No More Heroes. I own Killer is Dead, but I've never played it. Um,
Oh my
and
god.
yeah, I haven't gone and played any of his really old stuff either.
Mm.
Um, so
Man.
yeah.
Yeah. Most
I
of his stuff, go
I
ahead.
would have figured you would have at least have played the Silver Case
So
games because those are basically visual novels, like an
I
investigative
have
visual novels. Like that is your shit. I'm amazed you have not played those.
I've wanted to play the Silver Case in 25th Ward for forever. I just haven't had time.
Oh
Um,
man. Well,
yeah,
find some time.
Yeah, it had to
I
be Persona 1 through a million.
I
What's that
still
other game
haven't
we were
finished
playing? Yeah.
Metaphor.
I was about to say, are you even done with Metaphor
Great
yet?
Fantasia,
I
yeah.
haven't picked up Metaphor in like months. I will go back to it. I still have to finish Digimon Story Time Stranger, which I haven't had time to do because I was busy playing Romeo as a Dead Man. And another game that I'm going to talk about later.
Mm.
Um, so yeah, this is to me a really interesting game. It somewhat misses the mark, to be frank. I think they could have done a lot more to make the combat more varied. You don't you have these summons that you can unlock that are essentially tamed rotters that work for you. Um, you breed the zombies to have special abilities. Uh, and their names are kind of assigned at random. So they'll have like quality and then first name. So you'll press triangle and square on your controller, and like going through a slot, and then it'll stop on one quality and one person's name. So you can end
Mm.
up with things like
Mm.
just got back from vacation, Brandon, or clips her nails at her office desk, Sheila, and those become your summons that do things like suicide bomb your enemies, or shoot lasers at them, or act as like a beacon that recharges your health, things like that. So that does add a little bit of variety, but unfortunately, variety is lacking in your meat and potatoes hack and slash. And I really wish they'd found like maybe surface the combo system a little better, maybe added air juggling. I know this is all easier said than done, but I feel like there's depth that's lacking here, unfortunately.
S
Mm.
that's kind of a thing, like, now
This
knowing
thing,
that
very
that
much.
this is your now knowing that this is your first Suda game, that's kind of a thread that runs through almost all of his games, is that you get the sense that there is definitely a story that he wants to tell, and the gameplay is often just kind of a means to an end. It's just kind of a way to get there. Sometimes it's interesting and has some synergy with the story in like I would say like for as on rails, literally on rails as Killer 7 is, I would say that Killer 7 does that in a kind of interesting way, just kind of with the blood mechanics specifically, given what the game is about. But the I think it's part of why kind of the Silver Case pretty is is probably his one of his best games, if not his best game, purely because the genre is a visual novel, so there's not really an expectation for a whole lot of mechanics. It is expected that you're going to go in there, you're going to walk around, you're going to talk to people, you're going to maybe do some pixel hunting looking for a clue or whatever. But there's not a whole lot of expectations of like, why can't I fight anything or anything like that. It just kind of is what it is, and it gives Suda 1 a lot of room to really dig into a character and really, really dig into a story, even though the story is nonsensical on the first play.
I think
Yeah,
that's usually
like
my problem is like I always kind of feel like there's something there and I just never really can find it. Like it's like I don't know, it's like a very like unsatisfying experience to play most of his games for me. I just don't really connect with them.
Yeah, you
Um
kind of he's like Hideo Kojima in a lot of ways in that you kind of to enjoy his stuff, you kind of have to already be buying what he's selling.
yeah, yeah, that's a good way
Like
to put it.
you're here for him and you're here for his vision or whatever it is this time. But like in the gameplay being quote unquote good or whatever, like you're not really expecting the gameplay to be a whole lot of stuff. The gameplay is the vehicle for the story, which again,
so
nonsense which is often nonsensical.
I I am kind of already bought into this kind of thing because I am inclined to like batshit nonsense. Um
7.2 on IGN, baby.
yeah, this is exactly my shit, right?
Solid. Yeah.
Games that get like sevens on IGN are exactly my kind of shit.
Mhm.
And where I think where I think this game is most interesting is that even though the actual mechanics of the plot are almost complete nonsense, like I had to go read a summary of the plot on Reddit to understand what the fuck I just played.
Oh god.
Um, but the themes of the game are very, very apparent and kind of
Mhm.
hammered repeatedly into the
Yeah.
player's brain.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this is a game that is like, hey, the main character's name is Romeo and his love interest is Juliet. The entire plot is about how Juliet is actually like a time demon going through time who Romeo has to kill because she's fucking messing with the timeline. Um, yeah, the whole idea of this game is present throughout, and
Mhm.
it's not really spoiling anything to say that this is a story about a young man realizing the dangers of pedestalizing people. Like this is very much aimed at like dudes in their early 20s who are just like entering the adult dating market
Oh
and
man.
understanding like hey, you might be like entering your first relationship or might be like seriously dating someone now. Uh maybe you need a little bit of advice about how all this works. Um
From
and
Suda 1.
Yeah, totally
which
normal person to give you that advice.
look, to his
Totally normal human
credit,
being, Suda 1.
to his credit, yes, this is a game where you're like going around killing zombies and your very white midwestern mother cooks Japanese curry for you to give you special powers.
Hell yeah.
Um,
He doesn't know about Scrapple.
yeah,
That's
so like
that's why it's
this is
curry.
that game.
He doesn't know about Scrapple yet.
I feel like this is like when you know Pokemon Sword and Shield made like cooking curry a huge part of their like cooking Japanese curry a huge part of their game. And it's
Fun
like
though, and it was fun though, and in that it did make sense because like Indian curry is really big in the UK. Like
it
that made
is.
sense to me.
It is, but also it's
Yeah, but it's
like
also not like this isn't
it's not
like
the same it's not it's slightly different recipe than Japanese
yeah,
curry,
like this
right?
is like yeah, like this isn't tikka or whatever. You're not like making tikka or anything.
Yeah, it's not chicken tikka, right?
Yeah,
Um
or like
so
paneer.
it's very uh, like look, Japanese curry is delicious. I fucking love it. Um it's very funny how so many Japanese games like I don't think necessarily like overplay. I think they know what they're doing, but it feels like they're overplaying the international popularity of Japanese curry, which to be clear is fucking delicious.
Yeah,
And
It
I
is
love
I
good.
it.
It
so
is good.
we've hosted 2 Japanese students now, and both of them were like, I was like, "Hey, what's some kinda, like, home cooking stuff that you want? Like, we can buy it for you and get it." And I was, anticipating, like, sushi and, teriyaki, and it was like
Or
all they
curry.
wanted was curry. All and
Well,
like
yeah,
it comes from like a box
a
basically.
box.
Like yeah,
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
and I
You
was
I
like,
buy
don't
the
like.
S&P
yeah,
golden cubes. They're like
First of
they
all,
look like
no,
chocolate. We called them the
no,
forbidden
you
chocolate.
you buy the Vermont apple first of all, if you're gonna
Vermont
box
apple.
it. If you're gonna buy the box. If
Oh,
you're gonna
gross.
buy the box, I do not buy the box because the box is grainy and salty. I make my own. I make my
Well,
own
it's because you
roux
buy Vermont apple instead
because
of
I
S&P
like
golden.
standing at a stove for 20 minutes just stirring. I love
You
doing
still
that.
have to stir in the cubes. Like
Yeah, I know, but
you whisk them.
it's not the same. It is not the same. It's
It is the
trust
I
same
me.
as like
Make it from scratch at least once. Make your roux from scratch at least once. You will understand. Trust me on this. Trust me.
I haven't found a good recipe. They all have
I
like
will send
they
you one. I will send you one. I will
send me
send you the
one.
one that I use. Hold on.
put it in the link dump.
Yes.
We
Yeah, put it in the link
should
up. I will send it to
put
you.
we'll put it in the link dump. We'll all make Japanese curry. Because
It
I've
will
been
be
doing it with curry
delicious.
cubes. Like it's like potato, carrot, onion, shrimp, and
Yeah.
spinach. Like it's really simple.
Classic. The classics.
Yeah. Um, it's one of the few like Japanese things I can get my dad to eat because he's not a very adventurous eater. Um, he'll like spit out the shrimp because he doesn't want to eat the seafood, but otherwise,
What?
Wow.
Part of it. What the
I can get my
he's in his
8-year-old to eat shrimp.
80s. He's in his 80s. He's picky. You
There it
can't
is.
get him to eat shit. Like it is what it is.
I put it in the
Um,
link up. There you go.
all right, we are going to tell everyone to make Japanese curry. Anyway, the point I was
Delicious.
trying to make is yes, Suda 51 is like a wacky dude with crazy interests, but also the message is fairly clear and I think pretty well delivered. Like it's easy for this it would be so easy for a game like this to like topple over into misogyny given
Mm,
what it's about, and to its credit, it never does.
that's
Um,
wonderful to hear because Killer is Dead does,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
like there's like one little thing in the credit sequence where like, you didn't need to do that. But beyond like the game itself delivers its message without ever like portraying Juliet as like a scheming Jezebel. That is not what the game is about. Um,
Mm,
and it's very clear like you're going like most of this game, you're going around killing evil people who are doing things like running illegal medical experiments or running a cult or a like fascist group. These are the people whom you're killing
So
throughout the
there's
game.
there's no gigolo mode is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, this is someone must have
oh
told
man.
Suda, "Hey, maybe tone it down a little bit. This is not a game that like really ogles people
Yeah.
at all."
I
Even
mean,
though a
either
little
that
bit.
or either that or he's recently married or in a relationship. I don't think he's married, is he?
I have no idea if he's married. I'm looking at his Wikipedia article. He's 58. Um,
Old enough to know better.
Yeah, it's probably
yeah,
just yeah, hopefully at this point.
yeah. Like I was like bracing myself from some like good old TNA, and I did not find that in this game at all.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't say. So
yeah,
it says
this is
that it,
not.
like it has it on Hideo Kojima's. So even though nobody like knows for certain who his wife unclear. But anyway, but yeah.
Um, Hideo Kojima, like I don't know if I should say this because I'm a straight dude, but Hideo Kojima gives huge like closeted bisexual vibes.
Oh, absolutely. I remember when he was like gearing up to release the teaser for Death Stranding and he was tweeting a lot of rainbows for reasons that were not immediately clear to people. So like he was just no context posting a bunch of rainbow emojis and stuff and people had no idea. And so they kind of and he was like wearing a New Order shirt, the one that had the rainbow stripes on it, and people were just kind of assuming like, "Oh, is he telling us something? Is he coming out?" And he had to put out a tweet in English before he had separate accounts for that to clarify. He's like, "No, no, 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 no. I'm not doing that. I because he couldn't release or tell like what the actual project he was working on was yet. So he's like, "No, no, no. I'm just, you know, advertising it. I just like rainbows. I just I and he put I am not a gay." And the top reply, the first person to reply was it literally says like, we wouldn't care if you were, right? Like,
Yeah,
we don't care.
I fully believe that he loves and is attracted to his wife, but
Mm.
is also attracted to dudes.
He is absolutely attracted to Nicholas Redfin. I have there's this one story I heard I read. I don't know how accurate it is, but apparently like they were doing him and Nicholas Redfin were doing a panel or something for Death Stranding, and there was a brief moment, like there was some like a lull or whatever while they were preparing for, I guess, the next segment of the panel, and Hideo Kojima goes to whisper something to Nicholas Redfin, and his translator opens his mouth to start translating, stops, and tells Nicholas Redfin, "I can't say that to you right now." Whatever it was. Like, he just looks at Kojima just exasperated, and then he's like, "I can't translate that right now. Not on a hot mic." And apparently that's just he's also Hideo Kojima has also been in one of Nicholas Redfin's shows. Like he has a cameo as like a yakuza or something, like a yakuza killer or assassin or whatever in his
The
shows. And
nicest looking yacht.
yeah, and yeah, when's the last time has anybody seen a yakuza with a fucking bowl cut? No. No, they all have punch perms. But like
Yeah.
the scene Kojima is in is apparently very erotic. And like it's shot with bisexual lighting because it's in a club. It's just like, okay, we get it. Okay, we get it. You can reel it in. We get it. It's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess welcome to the club, Kojima. So
Happy to have you.
yay! I don't know. I can't. I'm straight, dude. I can't welcome him to the club.
I can welcome him to the club. Welcome to Kojima. We're happy to have you. Here's your seat. We had it prepared.
I could just imagine him like silently staring at it, and then like he takes a seat and then just nods and doesn't say anything.
Yeah. And then he goes on
Uh,
to talk about how hot Mads Mikkelsen is. Jesus God, those tweets.
I mean, Mads Mikkelsen is a hot dude. Like
He is.
straight up.
He is, like, objectively. But
Yeah.
like he took him on a boat for his birthday.
Yeah, look, if I had like fuck off money, I would not be taking Mads Mikkelsen on a boat. I don't feel that way about Mads Mikkelsen, but yeah, I think I would like chill with my
Treat your
homie.
friends. Treat your
Yeah.
friends. Yeah, chill with your homies. Just you and your homie on a boat with a delicious birthday cake, taking photos of your homie smoking and talking about how hot he is smoking.
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
exist. These tweets exist.
Oh God, we're gonna have to have a segment in the link that's just called Hideo Kojima's sexuality. It's
Man.
gonna go over on the
There's
podcast.
some
agenda.
wild speculation about that. Anyway.
Yeah, we don't. To be clear, listeners, we don't know anything about Hideo Kojima's sexuality. We are
We're
just.
not yeah, we don't know him. We're not like friends of his. We are merely observers.
Yeah,
We are only reading what he posts.
Yeah, merely bearing witness to
Whatever the fuck is going on over there.
some bisexual shit. That's all I know. But yeah, Romeo's Dead. Overall, interesting game. Like, I think. Look, I'll put it this way. I know I don't like to get too into how good is this game. Is it worth your time? If the rest of the year ends up being really thin, I think it just sneaks into my top 10.
That's
Most
surprising
likely
me.
it'll miss because I think the rest of this year is shaping up to be really strong. And there's a game I'm going to talk about after the break, which I think is just fucking incredible. But before we get to
Ooh.
that break, Quinley Thorne, what have you been playing?
Oh, yeah. So I've been playing a couple things, but I'm going to start with this one. I've been playing Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. It is the re-release of the original Shin Megami Tensei that came out in, I believe, 2021 on the Nintendo Switch. I'm still mostly in the early part of the game. I've just unlocked like the second dungeon. You play a third-year high school student who, after finding himself in the Netherworld, netherworld, or dot as it's called by the demons. After a tunnel collapse incident, he fuses with a mysterious man named Aogami, becoming a Nahobino, whatever that means, and using that power to fight demons. As the Naobino, you obtain a suite of various powers: demon summoning, it's a Shin Megami Tensei game, magic, an arm that turns into a laser sword, and curiously, a long, luxurious mane of hair. If
Yeah,
you've
speaking of
ever,
bisexual things.
yeah, like if and like I just the only thing I can think of as to why he is designed this way is that they wanted to show off an engine. That's the only thing, because
Press
generally,
FX2.
yeah,
But
like
okay, but
they just wanted to
here's the
show it
problem with
move,
that.
because you do a lot of jumping, you do a lot of running, and that mane is just going all over the place. It's like they just
So
wanted to show it off, like because
here's the problem
it
with
does
that
not make
though.
any sense. The guy who fuses with you, by the way, does not have long hair.
Yeah.
And he specifically says that. He's like, "Look, I gave you the powers and stuff, but the main that's a you thing. You did that."
So the problem is this game like the original version of SMT5 launched as a Nintendo Switch exclusive and it ran like fucking ass. Like
Oh, it runs
I
fine
don't know if
now.
they
It
really wanted to
runs.
be showing off the engine with that wild mane of hair flapping everywhere when it reduced your FPS to like 5.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Well, it for what it's worth, it runs beautifully now. I have not had any lag. I've had no issues. And just the hair looks great. Like I just the first thing out of my mouth as soon as I saw it, I was just like, not the Sashomaru silk. Just because it's so long and it's just moving all over the place. Sometimes you can see strands. I don't know what the deal is. But anyway, uh after the first area, you join a group called Bethel, who informs you that the Tokyo that you currently live in is a simulation, that the real world is actually a desolate, demon riddled landscape, the result of an Armageddon that took place 18 years prior. The game came out in 2021, so 18 years prior to that would have been when Shin Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne came out. So it's whatever happens in the end of that game, this is basically what the result of that was, as I understand it. I do have Shin Megami Tensei 3 also, because they were both on sale for like I want to say like 40% off. Like the bundles were on sale, not the individual games, the bundles. So I was like, okay, well, they're never going to be this cheap again. So I got those. Um, this version of Shin Megami Tensei 5 also includes an alternate path that substantially changes the middle and end parts of the game. Um, since it's my first time playing, I'm doing just the default mode, but I will be interested to see what the second path is. Assuming this game isn't too long, I don't really know how long it's supposed to be. Um,
It's an
but
Atlas game, so very.
ah, fuck. All right. Well, maybe I'll get to it next year. Um, but apparently it does, because it's the choice. There's a choice that you make in the beginning of the game where it's like, there's a girl floating in the ether. She's glowing. She's in a fetal position. Do you reach out your hand to her? And normally you just say yes, I guess, in the original version. This one you have the option to say no, and then just like, you know what? I'm gonna mind my business. I'm gonna keep it moving. So you have the option to do that, and I guess that substantially changes the game. You're joined by several other characters. Yuko, who is an exorcist who goes to an all-girls Catholic-coded school. Tao, who goes to your school. She is the saint of Bethel, and she also works for the Bethel organization. She's the one that actually introduces you to it. Yuzuru, who I don't really have a sense of this dude. He's just strong sense of justice guy, as far as I'm concerned. He's like, I'm gonna keep the world safe for my sickly sister. And it's like, good for you, dude. I don't care. And Ichiro, who is a YouTuber, and I hate this dude. I haven't interacted with this dude a whole lot, but I already cannot stand him because he's just a type of character archetype I hate, where it's
Was
like
he like the Yosuke of this game?
No, because Yosuke at least knew when he was in over his head. He's like Yosuke was at least like, I don't think we should be here. I think we should leave. I don't think we should be in the TV. I don't think we should have done this. Like Yosuke at least has some sense of self-preservation. This dude, he first of all, he is a YouTuber, streamer, influencer guy. So like the tunnel collapse that happens in the beginning of the game, he is also there filming. He's trying to find ghosts, and it's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing here? Like,
It sounds like you've just conjured up like a homophobic Mr. Beast.
why homophobic?
Because Yosuke was homophobic.
Oh yeah, no, Yosuke is hella homophobic. You're right. No, as far as I can tell, Ichiro is not homophobic, so he has that going for him, I guess.
Okay, so he's just straight up Mr. Beast.
Yeah, he's not even Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast has like what is that thing that Christian Bale said about Tom Cruise? An intense friendliness with nothing behind the eyes. That's what Mr. Beast has. But Ichiro is a person. There's a person under there.
Okay, so we're like
he's
a
just
PewDiePie then.
no, he's not a PewDiePie because PewDiePie's a Nazi. Can you stop? He's just a streamer. He's just an annoying
Okay.
streamer that he's a man on the street streamer that runs up to people and puts his phone in their face, and it's shit's fucking annoying.
Okay, he's Johnny Somali. Okay, I'll stop now.
Oh my god. No, Johnny Somali's in jail.
Yep, he's in Korea.
Good. And good. But I like how every guy you bring in is like, no, it's not like that because of this reason. But anyway, they also joined Bethel. The gameplay so far, it's basically similar to other mainline Shin Megami Tensei titles. You wander around a dungeon map, you fight and or befriend demons, doing side quests along with your main objective. So most of my experience with Shin Megami Tensei has been the Persona series and the Raito game, the Devil Summoner Raito. I also played the Raito remastered game and beat that. I really, really enjoyed it. I'm glad that I got to play a version of it that had a bunch of quality of life upgrades, and also a version of that game where I could actually see what was happening on screen, because the original PS2 version had some really weird fidelity issues, in addition to having like this very broad sepia tone filter all over everything because it takes place in the 20s, but that ended up making it really, really difficult to see where you were going, which is ultimately why I stopped playing it, because I got too frustrated among the other things that were going on. But anyway, I never really played an actual just Shin Megami Tensei title before, so I wasn't really sure what all the differences between the two were going to be. The pros in this game is that off top, the music is fantastic. It's got this really weird ambient music with like it a lot of it has a strange like dissonant dream-like quality to it. Stuff kind of fades in and out. It's very different than, the Shoji Meguro standards that you would get in like a Persona game. I believe he also did the soundtrack for Raito, which was good. It had the nice jazzy flourishes that you would expect for a game set in the 30s, but this is a very, very, very different from that, and it's quite refreshing, and it lends itself well to the setting. The dungeons are not really dungeons. They're really large open area maps. It's more closer to a zone rather than an actual dungeon like in Persona and the other games where you're just kind of wandering a series of hallways. Like, it's really, really open. You can jump around. There's these weird rail grind things that you can surf on to get to other parts. There's a verticality to the exploration that's really interesting and cool. So it makes exploration more rewarding. Like it makes more like you're more incentivized to kind of go out of your way to find stuff, because you may find like other items, you may find other demons, other side quests, things like that. So that aspect of it is pretty cool. The demon designs are, per usual, fantastic. The sole exception is Lilith's redesign, which I don't like, because because she's like a main villain in this particular game. So they went with a redesign that's really just an upgrade of a design, from what I can tell, from like the first couple of Shin Megami Tensei games she was in, where she's just kind of a generic hot femme fatale lady who just so happens to have a snake, whereas Lilith's design in the PSX era is really really fucking cool. It's it's what's that guy's name? Kaneko. It's one of his joints. Like it really leans into like the reptilian aspect. Like she's got weird webbed fingers and like weird like web feet. The that are like on the toes. I forget what the word for that is. The digit something. And she's also just like she has like some bits of her like covered in snake skin, and that looks really cool. In addition to the snake that she has, but my favorite part is this: she's got this weird pompadour mullet thing going on. I have no idea why, but for some reason it suits the design really really well. And they don't use that one, so that's a bummer. The demons also have a lot of personality per usual. I hate negotiating with them. I hate it. But they're also very, very funny during those conversations. Cause like some of them will just like ask you like a weird riddle or whatever. And if you answer it incorrectly, they can do anything from attacking you to just straight up being like, I don't fuck with you and disappear. If you get to the next stage of the conversation, they're like, oh, okay, cool. Okay, we're in negotiations now. Give me $1,500. And you're like,
No.
well, no. And they're like, you can say, ask for something else. And sometimes that will just make them mad and they'll attack you or disappear. And they're like, fine, I'll just attack you and take all of your money. Or you can just give it to them. They're like, okay, give me all of your MP. It's like, what is it? All right, fine, here. Okay, I'm going to hit you really hard and take like a fourth or a third of your HP. Is that cool? And you're like, sure. And they're like, okay, that's enough. I'm good. I can join you now. So like they basically just shake you down and
I
you
feel
just
like
kind of
that
have
kind
to.
of shakedown works well in like SMT versus Persona. Like Persona 5 had it. And it didn't
Yeah.
work as well there because you can have highly consequential negotiations in SMT where you can just leave the dungeon, heal, and come back. But in
Yeah.
Persona, that's wasting a day.
Yeah.
So it feels like the system works better here.
It does a lot. It works a lot better here. I don't think I don't think in any of the games, the Persona ones I played. Actually, I think I want to say Persona 5 was the only one that had that mechanic in it. Uh
Yeah, because 3 and 4 didn't.
yeah, 3 and 4
5 did.
didn't. Yeah, 5 did. I never used it. Like cuz you
Wait, then
can
how did you get personas if you didn't?
you fusion, dude.
So you
Like
fused the few that you got
yeah.
rather than
Yeah, and just
negotiating
got
for more?
yeah, and well that and like you can add them to the compendium so you can always just summon them back up if you need one. Like
Oh,
I used it most like just to get one, but I don't remember using it very much. Like and like I said,
to be fair, it's
I
not a
didn't.
super memorable mechanic because most of the negotiations are super easy because of the
Yeah.
aforementioned problem that you can't make it super consequential.
Yeah, because if you do, then you run wasting a day. But I mean, at the same time, it like once you get to the point where you can just kind of add demons to your compendium and just summon them up whenever you need them to fuse something else that you've caught, it kind of like after a certain point, like it kind of defeats the purpose of using it. Like I think the only time I really like went hard in the paint to get specific demons was if there was a very specific demon that I wanted. But other than that, it's like, whatever. This one, well, the other thing too about this one is that you have party members like the other students. They will be in your party, but only as guest members. So they're only in your party for specific story missions, and then once the story missions are complete or you reach a certain point in that story mission, they will leave. So they don't stay with you. So most of the time it's just going to be you and your demons. So you have more of an incentive to use them and use the negotiations and, use all of the fusion and stuff because, there's no guarantee that, your other students are going to be with you all the time. So it makes sense to have a bunch of them on you. Um The only issue with that, and I understand why it is this way, but the guest party members, since they're humans like you are ostensibly, they can use items. Demons cannot. So if you don't have those guest party members with you, you're the only one that can use any items. And usually it's not a big deal because the points that you don't have the other students with you, you're not really going to be using items a whole lot just because there's no real need to. At that point, you're probably just doing side quests or just kind of generally exploring. You're not really coming across any super difficult bosses or anything like that. But there are some bosses, though, that you will come across that honestly feel like bosses. I don't know that they actually are, that they're intended to feel that way, but that is how they feel. And if you don't have, this has the press turn system in it, of course. So like if you don't have the exact right weakness and, strength combo to kind of keep them from just hitting you with a weakness and gaining turns on you and just basically one-shotting you at the end of one turn just because they keep getting turns, like that can be frustrating. But that's really the only time that I like go heavy in the paint on items. The 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 mainline SMT games are not nearly as character focused as Persona is. The characters here they're pretty broadly sketched. Like I said, there's sense of justice guy. I do like Yuko, the exorcist lady, because initially like it's pretty clear like once you see her that she was the girl that was like that you offer your hand to. Like she has the same little like haircut or whatever. And at first, like if you played a lot of JRPGs, you're like, oh fuck, here's the here's the MacGuffin girl or whatever. And she's not that, at least as far as I know. She may become that later. But even if she is a MacGuffin girl character, she is not the kind of shrine maiden MacGuffin girl character that you expect. For one, she's mean, which is cool. Uh, not like super mean, but she's very pragmatic, and she's
Well, that's refreshing.
yeah, she's very pragmatic. She's very blunt and very honest, and she's also very distrustful. Not very distrustful, but she's highly skeptical. Like when you're introduced to the angels all work with Bethel, and one of the angels, like who's like a seraphim or some shit, I don't know. She condescends to you very bluntly, like when you first meet her, and a lot of the angels are like that. And Yuko, for her part, does not like that. She doesn't like that they're condescending, but she also doesn't really trust that they actually have humanity's interests at heart. Because to her mind, the vision of humanity that they have is very specific. It's very orderly, like chaos and order are the big, those are the big themes here we're working with. And the angels are firmly on the side of order, and she's very distrustful of that because she's like, humans aren't like that. They can't just fully commit to order in that way. That's just not how humans are built. So she treats them with a bunch of skepticism, and she's very, very she's just very, very cool. She is a very refreshing break from the kinds of MacGuffin characters, especially female characters, that you usually come across in games like this. There's also another character, Hao, who she's the saintly character. She adheres to the kind of MacGuffin girl trope a lot more. Because she's like student council president. She's very much your goody two shoes girl next door type character. But
Like the game's Makoto.
yeah, kind of. But there is a point. There's a point in the game where you're having to go save one of her friends, who I think also will eventually become a party member, at least if the intro in the game is any indication. But you have to go save her because her friend she's being bullied pretty severely at school. And then there's a demon attack that occurs at school, and you have to go after her friend because her friend has potentially made a pact with the demon. And you're like, we got to go save her. And it happens when you finally reach the friend, she is confronting her bullies with her demon behind her, and her demon's in her ear saying, "Yeah, fucking kill him, yeah, fucking get him." You've seen a scene like this before,
Yep,
and
I have played Lost Judgment.
and Tao starts doing the wait, no, don't do this. You're better than this. You're better than these people. You don't do this. And you're like, oh, okay, here we go. Yeah, power of friendship. It is the power of friendship, but not in the way you would expect. Because after her friend says, no, I can't, I have all of this hate. I have to do this. Stay out of this. You don't want to be tainted by this. This is not your problem. Tao very calmly takes off her backpack, sets it on the ground, walks up beside her friend, pulls up from the ground a piece of broken glass, and points it at the two girls like, how dare you bully my friend? I'm going to fucking kill you. She's like, how dare you? She's like, I'm sorry, friend, that I wasn't there for you. I'm sorry I wasn't ride or die and there to back you up, but I'm here now, and I'm gonna kill these people.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill them. And I'm
Forget
like,
the demon. We're doing this old school.
yeah, no, we're doing this old school. Like, it's gonna go. Like, it is going to go down now. I'm like, okay, Tao's ride or die. I get this. That she's cool. I also like that there's in the same scene, like, there's a little bit where, like, as Tao is walking toward her with the piece of glass, there are two girls there that have been bullying her, and one of the girls pushes the other one in front of her and to try and get away, and just like, and it's a small thing, but it really does a lot to convey the message. Oh, you're a piece of shit. Oh, you suck. You're that kind of person. Like, you don't think anybody is, you think everybody is below you. Everybody is expendable. You're a terrible person. And I really like that because game
Nice
didn't need to
touch.
do that. It's a nice touch. The one I have two cons for this game. One of them is that if you toggle sprint and start to run, but then let go of the stick, the character doesn't stop moving, and that really bothers me. Like, it's more annoying than anything, but maps are really big, so you're gonna be sprinting around a lot, and it's just generally in games like this, if the toggle sprint is like you click the left stick, usually when you stop, the character also stops. So the fact that the character just keeps going unless you toggle it again is really strange. Um, the other thing is the fusion mechanic. And maybe it's just because I'm coming fresh off of Rado Remastered, which is it's a Devil Summoner Shin Megami Tensei title, so it's slightly different. And the demon fusion mechanic there was honestly pretty frictionless, but mostly because I think there were fewer demons overall. I think there were only about 100 that you could get. So potential results for demon fusion yielded way more options just so that you could more easily acquire all of the demons that you needed. But fusion in Shin Megami Tensei 5 feels really restrictive by comparison, with resulting fusions yielding seemingly fewer options and also being really, really expensive. Like, you need a lot of money to get the big fusions. Like, as in, like, sometimes you need 10,000, 15,000, like 20,000. The money's called Maka. And you don't get that much money from battles. Like, since I got the bundle that had all the DLC in it, I have the options in the menu to turn up the spawn rate for the Mitama enemies. Then the Mitama demons, depending on their color, they drop more money, more glory, more experience, whatever. So I can turn that spawn rate up so I can grind if I need to, but I cannot imagine playing this game without that option. Like, because it's very, very little money that you get.
It
And
feels like they're almost correcting the balance through the settings menu, which
yeah,
is
basically, and I don't mind that. I like that generally. Like, it's like I like modular difficulty settings like that because it's not like you turn up the spawn rate for all 3 types of Mitama. Like, if you just need more money, you can turn up the spawn rate for just the one that gives you a lot of money and keep the other 2 low or whatever. So it's pretty flexible in that way, but here I turned the difficulty down. Like, I was playing on normal and then I turned it down to easy because my other issues that it's almost like the game, with the way that the fusions work and the way that the game explains them, it almost feels like the game expects you to already know what fusions will result in a specific demon. And because there's this thing called an essence mechanic that allows you to teach demon skills they wouldn't learn on their own, and those can carry over when you fuse them. But
Right.
it feels like the demons used in fusion often yield a demon that doesn't play to either of the the demons you use. It doesn't play to any of their strengths, so the resulting demon ends up with all of these affinities that the demons you use to get this other one, they don't have those affinities. So a lot of the
Oh, does
skills that you huh?
does it not show you the affinities of the fused demon before you fuse
It
it?
it does, but all of the options, like, because you have multiple options to get a specific kind of demon, so there are different fusion combinations that you can try, but it seems like most of
Oh,
the combinations I end up with, like, the demons that are available to get a specific one, none of them have the skills that
right.
I
Okay.
would need.
I see the problem. So, like, let's say you want like three like very powerful end state demons, right? Normally, you'd have like your mid range demon. You combine them with one of your like junk demons, you get your ultimate demon. But you want that
Mhm,
mid range demon to kind of fulfill the same role as the end
mhm.
state demon,
Yeah,
because then you don't have to worry about. You're only worrying about optimizing that one demon. But
right,
now, to solve this optimization problem, you have to optimize across all your demons and figure
right.
out which one maps to which end state. It makes
Mhm.
the problem a lot harder because you
Yeah,
can't chunk it out into like individual demons.
exactly,
Do it
and,
on a
like,
wholehearted basis.
there's this thing called the essence mechanic, which, it allows you to teach a demon a skill they wouldn't learn on their own, and that carries over being fusion, but, like, if the demon you get, like, for instance, because the other thing about affinities is they have positives, but they also have negative affinities. So, like, there's one demon that I was trying to fuse earlier. I think it's Kikuru Hime or something, and she has a -5 for electricity. And all of the demon combinations, like the most powerful combination that I could get that would result in the most powerful demon with the highest stats was Shisa, which is an electric type, or non-electric type, but has really strong electric affinity, so most of its skills are electric. And the resulting demon, Kikuru Hime, because she has like -5, all of those skills would basically be like they would all be weaker versions of the other skills. And it feels like all of the combinations are like that. So, and I don't really know. I feel like I'm missing something about them. Like, it feels like it's hard to pick skills that will be relevant to what you want. And also, some demons have something called a unique skill that only they can use. So, if you fuse a demon, you'd think, like, if you wanted to be strategic, like, hey, since these other skills carry over, maybe one of the benefits of fusion is that this one unique skill that a demon otherwise wouldn't get. Maybe that carries over too, but it doesn't. It can only be used by this one, which is really confusing because the demon essences often carry unique skills as well. So, but if you're trying to give it to you know, a skill, if you're trying to give a skill from a demon essence to a demon that otherwise wouldn't have that skill, why even have the unique skill in there if you can't use it? Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't
This
make
really
sense.
feels like it has the same problem as a bunch of old school CRPGs, where we really need to have the game with the spreadsheet open on the other monitor.
Yeah, exactly. It feels like the player should already know what demon fusion will yield which result, and you have to plan and apply skill essences accordingly so the resulting demon gets the optimal skill set. But if you're like relatively new to the franchise, or you just, you haven't played it in a long time like I have, like you're not going to remember all of the fusions. Like it expects you to have the spreadsheet open basically.
I mean, like this sounds irritating to me, but I'm also the guy who right now has a bunch of post-it notes stuck to his desk with like Digimon fusions and like which skills I'm gonna like which like abilities I'm gonna train them in. Like, okay, I need more INT on this one. I need more def on this one. I need more ATK on that one.
Yeah, and
Um,
like that's cool and all, but that's not the kind of life I'm trying to live.
yeah, I'm trying to
Right? Like
finish that game. Like, I've spent 70 hours in that game, and 20 of those are probably just like screw around in menus trying to upgrade my mons. So
yeah. Yeah, and it's just I don't know. I it also has like, demon races like they have the lady race, or they have the Jirai race, or they have
lady race,
yeah, lady.
which is
No,
like
there's one race that's lady, and then there's another race that's femme, implying that there is a mask race. Haven't found it yet.
and a lord
Get,
race, I
yeah,
guess.
exactly. Like it has all of like, it's
I
odd.
lo- I
And the
love that.
tutorial
Yeah.
goes out of its way to tell you that the races of the demons that you use in fusion will be important, because if you fuse two demons of the same race, the resulting demon will be stronger, or it will make an elemental demon or whatever. And like that's
Wait,
cool.
same race stronger? What's the message here?
Look, I didn't make it. I don't know. But like, and that like that's fine. Okay, you get like elementals, and
That's not
elementals are
fine.
really good for, for later fusions, because they have like a bunch of skills I think that you otherwise can't get. But it feels like I can like with the fusion combinations I'm presented with, I very, very rarely come across any fusions where each demon used has the same race. Like, and maybe it's just because I don't have enough demons. Like, maybe that's why it feels so restricted. I need maybe more variety of demons. But I don't know. It feels like the mechanics as presented in the tutorials are not how they manifest in practice. And it feels like there's like a whole part of this mechanic that I'm either just not grasping, not understanding, like it's missing. So I'm just kind of fusing demons just kind of slapdash. Like I'm not sure if what I'm doing is actually the way I'm supposed to be doing it. Does that make sense?
I feel like this is how I play Atlas games in general. Like it's how I played whatchamacallit, all the Persona games, how I played Soul Hackers 2, where yes, if I thought through it really carefully, I could fuse demons to like if I had my spreadsheet open, I could fuse demons up the wazoo and end up with these super powerful game breaking monsters. But that's not what I'm there for. I'm there to
Hmm.
enjoy the dungeon exploration of the turn-based combat and the
Yeah.
really lengthy VN sections. Um,
Yeah, but I
and
feel like in Persona, the fusion is a lot more legible to me in those games. Like I've only ever used a spreadsheet if I was like trying to fuse, like fill out the compendium. Like I never used them to get a specific powerful demon necessarily.
yes and no. In Persona 5 especially, there are okay, Persona 5, there are like more complicated fusion chains you can do to
Yeah.
get these really powerful demons, and you can
Yeah,
in some cases I think
you can get like
melt
four of
together up to
them.
like
Yeah.
5 demons
Yeah, and
or
yeah,
5
Shin
personas, sorry.
yeah, this game has that too.
Um 4 is a little less friendly, but the mechanics less legible. Um
Hmm.
and then Soul Hackers 2, it's quite legible, but also that game is just not very fun.
Oh no.
And the other Atlas game, Atlas turn-based game I've played is Tokyo Mirage Sessions, which doesn't have this at all
Mm.
because you have like pre-prescribed performas instead of personas. Um, so that has its own kind of pitfalls that end up making the game a little bit less interesting in that regard.
Can I ask a
Um,
question?
yes.
Why did Atlas make Tokyo Mirage Sessions when they already had Persona? Like, it seems so redundant.
Uh, because they had a deal with Nintendo and need to
Oh,
make like yeah.
okay.
because
Okay.
it's published. It's only exclusive to Nintendo. That's why you have like the Fire Emblem branding throughout. Like all your
Oh, okay.
performas
Okay.
are like Fire Emblem characters. There's no like Fire Emblem gameplay in it whatsoever. It's
Huh.
purely like standard press turn combat.
Huh.
But all the like a lot of the trappings are Fire Emblem-ish.
Oh, okay. It's the same vibe as like Rare presenting that nice, cool adventure game with dinosaurs and Miyamoto being like, put Star Fox in it.
Yeah, pretty much. And that's why was it Crystal who was supposed to
Yeah.
be the hero of that, and
Yeah.
she unfortunately did not get her own game, and then
Uh,
I understand that she was sexed up a little bit for Star Fox
yeah,
Adventure.
I've seen the original designs. That is ooh, yeah, they yeah, it's significant.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Um, Also unfortunate, some of us have to go to the bathroom. So we are going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll do one more round of each talking about a game we've been playing. Welcome back to the Avocado Games Cast, the only gaming podcast.
Period.
Anyway, uh, so while I was saying that, I was like, I don't have a joke lined up, so I'm going to turn the joke into not having a joke and just pause. Um,
Yeah, we're the only one.
you're the only one, yeah,
Good
only gaming
luck
podcast.
trying to talk about other
Franchise,
games.
all those other ones, Franchise Festival? Nah, not real. It's not a real podcast.
I thought you were going to say that every gaming podcast is like franchised off our gaming podcast,
Yeah.
and we're just like raking in that dough.
Yeah. Oh man, I wish. Some of
Yeah.
those podcasts, because like those other podcasts have Patreons and shit.
I'm trying to think of, I don't know who the first podcast was, but I remember way back in the day, Adam Carolla weirdly was like the first person
Yeah.
I could think of who like,
Uh,
and yeah,
The Man Show with
yeah.
Jimmy Kimmel was on there too.
Well,
That's where they
I
got
think
their start.
Very
Yeah.
divergent paths.
Well, I think what
Oh
happened,
yeah.
he had like a radio show after the Man Show, and I think they fired him. And he's like, "Fine, I'm gonna go like
Yes.
record it
Yes.
on the internet and just stick it on the." And I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
well, look at that! You invented a
Yeah.
whole
And like
medium somehow."
comedies. Yeah, and it's funny because like Comedy Central, like they would air the radio show on Sundays. So like all the footage of podcasters that you see on YouTube, like Comedy Central was doing that back in like 2004.
Man.
That rules. Just like dudes in a sound booth is 20 years old now.
God. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Some nice things have problematic origins.
Hmm.
Um, Speaking of things that probably don't have problematic origins, how's Phasmophobia, Kappa?
Oh man, let me tell you,
Probably.
my
Probably.
kid.
I haven't looked up the developers, and I don't want to ruin the illusion, so I'm not going
Phasmophobia
to.
problematic. Google search.
So, my kids have been trying to get me to play Phasmophobia for I don't even know how many years now. I mean, at least since when did it really kind of pick up? COVID?
Yeah, it
I guess
came out.
so.
I think
When
it
did it come
came
out?
out during COVID, but it didn't really pick up until like
Yeah, it came out
2023. I want to say.
in early access on September 18th, 2020.
So
So we're past the summer. We're almost at the fall wave. We're about to all go back inside at this point.
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
about right. Yeah, I mean it's a good game. My kids obviously love it way more than I do. It does have
Yeah.
kind of like a weird like I would say like it's not exactly a period where you're like, okay, I don't know any of this, and then it quickly gets into I know all of this as far as the game goes. Because so you have to figure out what the ghosts are. And at first that's kind of tough because you're like, oh, I don't know what this ghost is. It could be anything. But the more you play it, especially my kids, they'll walk into the house and they'll be like, oh, that's a Galu, and just walk out. And I'm like, how is this fun? They don't even they don't even really like entertain the ghost or whatever. So I told my kids I would play with them, but my in order to get them to play it with my I guess my compromise with them is like, look, when we go in the house, we're really gonna investigate this house, right? So like we're putting down salt, we're doing like every little like possible thing to try to find out the ghost, and it drives my youngest crazy because he's like, I know it's this. I'm like, why are we still here? And I'm like, it's the joy of the game is in finding the ghost, right? Like that's the whole point of it. I don't want to just say is this ghost and then leave. Um, so I've kind of been able to convince them to play perfect. So we go in there, we put down the salt, we record the voices, we do like every single thing so that we end up like being 100% sure it's the ghost, but also we have tons of what we call it, like evidence to go into the evidence locker, proving that we found this ghost. So I'm enjoying it a lot more that way, I guess, because another game that I think maybe like streamers, I don't know, like it's obviously been a huge streaming game, right? But
Yeah.
kind of the
Yeah.
way they tend to play is they walk in the house. They're usually like solo because it's a little bit more scary that way. It's exactly how my kids would play. They just find just enough evidence to say what the ghost is and then leave. Where I think that's kind of a boring way to play, being honest. I don't know why. I mean, it just doesn't really strike my game style, I guess. So seeing the way I play it is driving my kids both nuts, but also I think my oldest is really like starting to love it. Like it's adding to like his appreciation of the game, where like he's really into like, oh, let's try to record the spirit writing this time. Like he's kind of like setting his own like gameplay with the game itself, which I think is a funner way to play just games in general. Yes, there's the optimized way, but also there's like if I'm really a ghost hunter, kind of role playing it out a little bit. Like what would I look for? What do I want to see? Stuff like that. So it's been a really fun game. The feeling I get, at least from playing a bunch of Phasmophobia, is that I feel like I don't actually honestly don't know. I don't know if it ever released like a full version or if it kind of was just one of those games that kind of always stayed in early access and then just kind of finally got out the door. I could probably look that up, but the feeling I get around the game is that they just kind of kept throwing more and more and more and more at it to kind of keep up with its popularity. And at the time, it probably was very hard to find ghosts and this and that, but where it is at right now, it's so much of like a pattern system and they haven't done as much with it so that now you can just go in, you literally can do two or three things and be like, okay, it's that ghost, which is kind of unfortunate, right? But it kind of goes against what we were talking about earlier, where you can't keep feeding a game forever. You've got to have, some type of end state in mind. And the way Phasmophobia is, I think it might benefit actually from having a little bit more fresh updates. Now they do have like some holiday stuff. I think it was just like an Easter event and stuff like that. But they're always kind of adding new ghosts, new building stuff like that. But the core evidence itself really doesn't change. So once you kind of have a nice pattern for hunting the ghost, it can feel very samey. The good thing is that really what powers the game is jump scares, obviously. So even
Yeah,
with
of
the
course.
evidence being what it is and stuff, you can still jump into a house and get some good jump scares out of it. Enjoyable game, I think. Weirdly, I think a lot of horror games tend to feel like maybe more stressful. But this one, for whatever reason, I even with the jump scares, I don't really mind it. I don't ever really feel honestly afraid when I'm playing it. I'll sometimes play it up with my kids and stuff, but honestly, like, it's just kind of, okay, the ghost touched my face and I died.
Ah,
But
dad gets scared too.
yeah,
Whoa.
yeah, exactly. But the fun part is like when I do die, 'cause for whatever reason it is, the ghost always comes after me. They do some neat tricks with like the microphones and stuff in that game, where like the ghost like will talk back to you and like mimic things you say and stuff like that. But one of the more fun things is when I do die, I like to follow my kids around, like throw stuff at them for like letting me
Like a
die.
poltergeist.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I'm like pick like
Jesus.
we do like there's a diner one I really like. So like I'll go around like pick up like ketchup bottles and as like they're investigating, I'll like throw stuff at them. And like um my youngest like, oh, it's just dad. It's like I'm not a ghost. But
Dad.
I had like a kind of like a cool like moment with them where I died early and my youngest was like, "Oh, it's a mare. We should just leave." And my oldest was like, "Actually, let's get all the evidence. It's what dad would have wanted."
Aw.
And I was like laughing so hard. Like the idea of like ghost hunting dad would have wanted us to find out what the ghost was.
That's just the
So like
premise. That's just a premise for another game.
yeah, exactly.
That's
Dad would have wanted.
supernatural.
Yeah, exactly. It's a supernatural fanfic game.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so it's a lot more fun to play with friends, obviously, as a lot of those games are. But I was kind of thinking of there's this weird. I, I'm honestly surprised we haven't had like been awash in COVID documentaries and stuff like that. But there doesn't it feel like there's certain like games or like movies or shows that really kind of encapsulate that time frame
Ye
um,
the
of
thing that
COVID.
the thing I think about is, like, do you remember that show, or there's not it I forget what the show specifically was, but there used to be this Twitter account called, like, Games of the Clinton Era, where it
Oh
would,
yeah.
like, take snatches of documentaries, talk or news documentaries or shows talking about video games of that era, and,
Uh-huh.
like, it's and like, I think it'll be hard to separate COVID era gaming from, obviously the, the Trump presidency in a way,
Right.
because there are things that are, very similar. They have the games that come out in respective eras, like post 2016, like those that first term, like there's some overlap, but then COVID happens, and I think a lot of the games that came out in COVID and got big during COVID weren't they obviously weren't developed during COVID.
Right.
Like most
Right.
of the games that were developed during COVID came out in like 2022, 2023. Like some we're just now seeing. But I do think it will be very interesting to get, like, either a documentary or, like, even just, like, a think piece or something, like, on Polygon or whatever, like,
Yeah.
just kind
Because
of talking about the games that got big. Like, and weirdly enough, I feel like that conversation would technically have to start with Death Stranding, since
Yeah.
even though it came out in 2019, like, I feel
So
like the conversation has to start
well,
there
so
in a
I get
way.
it. I'm not exactly talking about like games that like reflect or like, but like during COVID, we were consuming so much content, right? Like we were all just
Yeah,
sitting in our
yeah.
house and just consuming. So like, there's a
Mhm.
reason that Among Us, right, kind of
that's
like
exactly the game I was
Among
exploded,
gonna
Us.
mention.
Yep,
or
yep.
like Tiger King, right? Why the hell was everybody I know talking to me about fucking Tiger King, right?
I
Like,
didn't watch that show, but yeah.
well, but
I have no idea what it's about.
okay, so
Oh,
Tiger King is
really? Oh.
I know it stars someone named or centers around someone named Joe Exotic, and
yeah.
that's literally all I
Yeah.
know.
But it's one of those things where it's just like it's almost like a collective madness, right? Like everybody's just consuming all this content and everybody's like, "Oh, you got to watch this show about this weird tiger guy." And then
'Cause I
everybody's
need
watching
somebody
it.
to talk to about it. It
Right.
was a lot of that shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think it got even stronger with kids because my kids were all, you know, sitting from home and it's one of the reasons I like in my mind Fortnite is the pinnacle of. I mean, among us too. Don't get me wrong, but I think Fortnite, I think, stands in my mind as the biggest, like, you know, COVID game, because my kid would have school online. The
Mhm.
second classes would end, him and all his friends would just log off of their school class and just all get on Fortnite like immediately. And
Yeah.
it was just Fortniting, and it was normal to them. So I would love to kind of analyze some of those. How did we get here with some of those COVID shows,
Yeah.
games, movies, things like that? That
Yeah. Animal
um,
Crossing too, because Animal
yeah,
Crossing came out like
Yeah.
it was one of the first big releases to come out early in lockdown. And
yeah,
like that would be like if this were a book, like if there was a book written on the COVID era of gaming, like Animal Crossing just gets a chapter,
yeah,
basically. Cause
and
Yeah,
like
you would have
yeah.
chapters on Among Us, Fortnite, and Animal Crossing, and the
Yeah.
prologue would be Death Stranding, and then like
Yes.
the epilogue or the conclusion would be 1,000 times Resist.
yeah, yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
yes, absolutely. I do think like there is like one of the other things I think like to come out of COVID is this incessant need of big video game publishers to find the killer live service
Yeah,
app. Like I think that is absolutely a direct result of gaming in the COVID era, in like specifically gaming in lockdown. Because like before that, like live services were a thing, but they were pretty niche affairs, all things considered. You knew at least one you knew at least one person. Like if you played video games, you knew a person that had an online game that they played. But then everybody being locked inside, that was kind of one of the only real forms of entertainment that you could engage in,
yeah,
like that was active, that wasn't just sitting watching Netflix documentaries or doom scrolling or whatever.
like
So a lot of people who didn't play live service games before started playing with them because they became social games in a way, because it was something to play with their friends. And then all these companies, I guess, saw those numbers and were like, we got to get a killer app. We got to get a killer app, without realizing that the reason Fortnite did as well as it did during COVID is because it was already out. It came out in like 2017.
right. It was already primed to,
Yeah.
that like old quote, like, opportunity meets, luck is when opportunity meets preparation or some bullshit like that. I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
But like a lot of people I think were there. I mean, a lot of those games were there, but during COVID, my dad had cancer during most of COVID, right? So like he really couldn't go out or do anything. Like, all his like bucket list shit was like, okay, well, I'm just gonna sit here. There he didn't really get to do a lot
Mm.
of stuff. But my dad was like, "Hey, what's a good video game to play?" You know what I mean? And like,
Yeah.
my dad had never, ever, ever shown any interest in, but all of a sudden, he was playing. I can't remember the game. It was a baseball game, but it was like zany, over the top, like Japanese baseball. Where you're just kind of like doing nothing but hitting home runs and stuff. And he
Yeah.
loved it. And he was like, he's kind of like, "Why did I not play video games before?" I think a lot of people kind of had some of those realizations during COVID, that like they had kind of maybe like limited, maybe
Yeah.
their
Like
like
a pretty,
media output.
yeah, a narrow understanding of what games were. Yeah.
Right. And I think that was an experience, I think, for a lot of people, was like, oh wow, this stuff is actually, you know, things have gotten better since Pong or whatever. The last time some of those people have played games, but
Video
I
games
mean,
aren't just Tetris anymore. Like
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
that has
Or
Yeah.
Mario, or they're not all like, for a lot of people who like, I remember there was this podcast episode I listened to. Um, Hold on a second. Let me close this door. My dog saw a squirrel.
um,
Okay. There was this podcast I was listening to called Culture Study, and it was specifically talking about uh like the specific relationship queer people have with gaming, but the way that it opens up is that it's one of the co-hosts talking about how they got into gaming, and they got into gaming during COVID playing Animal Crossing because they had one friend who had a Switch who was playing Animal Crossing and would like stream it. for like their friends to watch, and they're like, "Well, I want to play it." Like all these people, the host had never played a video game. Like they were aware of games, they had friends who played it, but they themselves had not played one. And so they're like, "Well, I've got nothing better to do. I might as well try it," because I think their like partner had a Switch or something. And it was them talking about how like the moment was like once it got its hooks into them, and suddenly they're planning out their village, they're trying to get specific villagers, and then they talk about playing Stardew Valley, and I'm like, oh yep.
Yeah.
And it's like stuff like that, just like I like, and they talked about the idea that they had about video games before playing this, and it's mostly women listeners for this podcast, like millennial women. So a lot of them, their idea of video games was based purely on what their partners played. And what their partners played, was typically like shooters or Doom or a very specific partner, the one that I'm married to, Factorio. Or Kerbal Space Program or one of those games, and they always saw it as a very male coded activity, and that changed during COVID because they were introduced to all of these other different games.
Yeah, my wife was playing Destiny with me during COVID,
Yeah.
which,
Yeah.
I mean, I would have begged her to do that, but there was something about also just sitting there, and she's like, "Wow, it looks like what he's doing is fun," and then all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
he's
like that,
having fun. It's better than doom scrolling on my phone
yeah,
or
exactly.
iPad or whatever. Yeah.
So yeah, so Phasmophobia to me is definitely one of those like COVID era games. I don't know exactly when it came out, but it feels like of that era for me. Definitely, and playing it with my kids, it's interesting to see their take on it and kind of their
Mm.
differences and feelings about it. Because to me, it was like, oh, like Joe Exotic, like
Mhm.
Among Us, or a lot of those other things. Like to me, I was like, this is just something we played during COVID. I didn't know it was actually good. So I have kind of a different, feeling towards it. But yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. I think
Yeah.
it's more fun than maybe it seems because of how
At
people
first
tend to
glance.
play it. Yeah, I mean, like if you see it online, it looks very like formulaic, but when you add a little bit more to it, I actually find it a lot more fun to just like, where is the ghost? What is he saying? What did I record? Things like that. I think is a lot of fun. And of course, it's fun to play anything with your kids, but to me, it was also like the getting past the stigma of, oh, this was a COVID game, at least for me, that I'm probably weird for having. But
I'm about to say, is there a stigma, like, for
I don't know.
COVID era games specifically? Is that a thing?
I don't know. I like always kind
I
of
don't know if
felt
it's so
like,
much for games.
yeah,
Or is it
Maybe
maybe
like
more
this
for
is
like
friend
movies.
slop?
Yeah,
yeah, I think
yeah,
it's
maybe,
more for like movies, right? There or
yeah.
documentaries, things like Tiger King, other things that people got obsessed with during COVID. Like, there's no ill will towards things like Among Us or Animal Crossing
Yeah,
nowadays.
people are
Yeah,
still playing them.
it just kind of seems like, I guess, in my mind, right? At least COVID games or COVID movies or things are like, well, we had nothing else to do, so we watched this, right?
Yeah,
And
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
It's hard to disentangle. Was I actually having fun doing this
yeah,
versus did I
yeah,
have nothing else to do?
right,
Was
yeah, that's
Hades actually good, or were all my friends just playing it?
yeah,
Turns
yeah,
out,
and
yes,
like,
it was actually good. It was actually a very good game.
and you just needed something to talk about with because it was just you weren't having those experiences at work or school or any of those other places, so it was just
Yeah.
like, well, I mean, did I enjoy this, or was this everybody else was just playing it, so I watched it or I played it too. So yeah, I don't know if like if the stigma is around the quality of it really,
Mhm.
or if it's just like, was my actual feeling towards this thing what I actually felt, or was this just COVID brain and
Yeah,
COVID times and everything else?
did my material conditions, like, influence the amount of enjoyment I was getting
Yeah,
from this game? Like, did I
and
actually like this, or did I literally just have literally nothing else better to do?
yeah, and when it comes to like Tiger King, I've never watched Tiger King again. But damn it, if during COVID I didn't have feelings about Joe Exotic for some damn reason. You know what I mean? Now it's like, what the hell?
And
Why
some
did I
lady
care
named
about that
Carol
shit?
who might have murdered
Yeah,
somebody, I don't know. I
murder her
didn't watch
husband
that
and fed
show,
him
Carol
to
but, like
tigers, or
Baskin was her
yeah.
name?
Yeah,
That's the
Yeah.
thing.
So
like the fact that
I've
we
absorbed
know
so
their
yeah,
much.
name.
exactly. That's what I was
Yeah,
gonna say.
Yeah.
Even through
exactly.
I've
osmosis, you
never
guys.
watched Tiger King, but I've absorbed all this through cultural osmosis,
Yeah.
Yeah,
which goes to show you how ubiquitous it was. Even 5 years later, I remember these names.
Yeah,
yeah.
and that's a lot of what I kind of I guess I'm getting at with like the COVID brain of it all. So in my mind, my kids are like, "Oh, I'm really into Phasmophobia," and I
Mhm,
was like, "Yeah, you guys used to play that during COVID." And I was like, "It's probably not in my mind. I'm not going to say that, but I'm like, yeah, it's probably not that good." But I
mhm,
guess they're probably still enjoying it. Maybe like they've got a little almost like nostalgia going on. You know what I mean? And then I started. I was
yeah,
like, actually, yeah, not
And
a bad game.
they would have been
Uh,
much younger at the time, right?
yeah.
yeah, that's
Like,
true.
and
So
5
especially
my
at that
years,
age, like
yeah.
when
5,
they're
6
kids,
years.
their tastes change a lot in
Yeah.
5 or 6 years, right?
Definitely, and
Mhm.
and
So the
they
fact
don't
that it
tend
has that staying power, I think, is a sign.
right, exactly,
Yeah,
and they don't tend to have nostalgia some of the same way we do, right? Like,
right.
to them, it's like, "It's old, it's bad." They don't
Yeah,
have that,
like
like,
that's
Yeah.
thinking
kiddie
yet.
shit, right?
Yeah,
Like that's
exactly.
the thing they would think.
But, so, like, my youngest, he would have been, what, 2000 he's 9 now, so he would have been
4?
starting kindergarten, yeah. So
Good
basically
lord.
starting kindergarten that age when it all started to kind of be like actually hitting. My
Mhm,
oldest is 13, so he would have been actually like, already pretty much in school and stuff. But you start to read now a lot about, especially COVID and how it affected kids and their brains and
mm,
stuff like that.
yeah,
And a lot of it is like we're nowhere near where like test scores and things like that where they
mhm,
normally should be. And you start to kind of like worry like, oh my God, what happened to my kids and stuff. But um, some of it obviously is just everybody wants likes to worry about things, but
mm,
I definitely do see some of the stuff that they talk about and the way they remember certain things during COVID is
mm,
completely different than how I remember it.
yeah,
And I think they were just so bored. And
yeah,
because of that, kids especially, they tend to like deal with boredom way different than we would have as kids. And it's like almost like a constant need to like self-soothe with content.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, to
and
be
I
doing something, yeah.
yeah, and to me, that's like the biggest like COVID brain out of all of it that I see in my kids is like even when I'm playing Phasmophobia with my kids, between rounds, my youngest has to put on a YouTube video. You know what I mean? And it's a
Oh my
little
god,
different
yeah.
than ADD. It's not exactly
Yeah.
ADD. It's like I can do all these things at once, and it's kind of weird, but you get a little bit used to it. But also, it's why I think brain rot to them means something different than brain rot to us. And there's
Ooh, what does brain
some
rot mean? What does brain rot mean to them? I'm curious.
so I think it's intentionally bad, but you can't look away. It's car crash media. It's
Oh,
Tung
okay.
Tung Sahur is so stupid. You know it's stupid, but you're gonna watch it anyway, right?
Oh, it's
Which
it's
is
Eminence and Shadow for Merve to translate.
I no, I don't know what that is.
Oh, no way. Oh, it's garbage. I haven't watched it, but I have a friend that I call once a month, and I'm like, "What happened on Eminence and Shadow, Sonny? Tell me what garbage. He's like, "I
Is
can't look
this is
away. It's
this like
so
some
awful."
some shitty anime?
Yes, yes. It is bad. It's
Is
isekai.
this
It's
like
nonsensical. It's
X-Arm, but
harem. Is it
oh,
what?
it's harem.
It's
Okay,
harem isekai, and it's bad. It's
you know,
really bad.
there was a lot of animes during COVID too that kind of had a moment out of nowhere. I
Oh
mean, anime
man,
in general, but a lot of animes like even my
the
friends that knew I didn't like anime, they're like, "Hey, you gotta watch this." I was like, "This shit
the
sucks," but
the
thanks for
2021 anime season was so fucking good. Like
I
genuinely,
haven't
I
watched
don't.
anime in like 2 years. I'm trying to
Odd
remember.
Taxi was that year.
Oh, I didn't have
This
time
was a
for Odd
person.
Taxi.
Oh, you need to watch
I
Odd
know.
Taxi. Oh
I
my
need
god,
to.
it's so
I
good.
need to get back into anime. I don't have a
Yeah.
Crunchyroll sub anymore. I
Oh
my
man.
only sub now is Dropout. I dropped Netflix. I dropped Crunchyroll. Um, I only give money to Dropout every month.
Oh wow.
I know. Like that's like the end
Yeah.
state of nerddom, where you're just like
Yeah.
giving money to Sam Reich's woke comedy empire.
mine was Shudder for a
Jesus.
long time, so I get you. But yeah,
um,
I think all those like so the more I was thinking about Phasmophobia, and like again, I don't think it's bad. It's just in my brain it was, oh, that's a COVID thing.
Mhm.
That kind of seeing where it's almost like they're getting their comfort food from stuff during COVID now is interesting to me. Like, you want to
Mm,
see what your kids are into all the time. And so
right.
when they come back and have a nostalgia phase, because, especially my oldest, he's, if a game's old, it's crap.
Oh
He
my
does not
god.
have the appreciation for, the classics or whatever, which is
Oh
okay.
man.
I mean, I'm not going to what's that Onion thing where it's like, the dad is like making the kid listen to Beatles albums, and it's like dad determined to have kid not fit in with friends or something like that. So I never wanted to be that dad, but there's a lot of times where I'm like, hey man, this kind of sucks. Like, think about it a little bit, like interrogate your media a little.
Yeah,
But
just
and then
like yeah.
but every now and then it kind of like settles in, and then like I had to do the same, be like, actually maybe this is good. And me giving Phasmophobia a little bit of a shot, I think has been kind of like, okay, well, this isn't friend slop, this isn't COVID trash. There's something here. It's a pretty fun game. Maybe the way I've seen people play it made it look less fun, but I'm having a good time with it. But more than anything else, like, man, COVID really fucked up our brains.
Yeah. It's interesting to hear that kids that young are reaching a kind of nostalgic navel gazing phase, because
Mm,
like I feel like I didn't reach that phase until like I reached a certain age milestone, like maybe 13 is it
right.
for your oldest, but like I don't think I started truly looking back at things and reflecting in that way, like on media that I consumed until I was like in my 20s.
Well,
And I have to wonder how much of that has to do with the fact that social media made it really easy to document your life in such a way that there is a literal tangible document of your life that you can look back on. Like it's
yeah,
not like you have to sit there and remember, like it's so hard to forget something now, right?
yeah,
Like to
it's always there
forget
on the
like
internet
yeah,
somewhere.
like is there like I remember there's this game that I played on the N64 called Ninja Goemon or Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon, and for many many years I could have sworn that game was a fever dream that I had because every time I brought it up, nobody knew what I was talking about, and I couldn't remember the name of it. So I
Mhm.
would describe it, and it's like, yeah, there's like a ninja, and he hits stuff with like a golden pipe thing, and he's got a friend who's also a ninja, but he's like bad at it, and he's like kind of tubby. And then there's like a girl who can turn into a mermaid and swim, and sometimes it sounds like cutscenes are played like through a studio audience because it has like studio applause and laughter and stuff, and people are like, "What the
Sounds
fuck are
awesome.
you talking about?" It fine. I don't think it's aged well. Like the open maps, there's a whole lot of nothing happening. But I finally found a long play of it on YouTube, and I was like, okay, this was real. This was the thing that happened. And I remember I put a comment on it like, I could have sworn this was a femur dream I had. I'm so glad I found this. And every month I will it's the only time I get YouTube notifications because every month I get a comment from somebody like, "Same, I could never find this thing."
That's kind of funny.
And,
Yeah,
like, you don't really have that anymore because everything is documented. Like, if you're not sure whether something existed, you can type a very vague description of it in Google and probably find it.
that was one of my first experiences, weirdly, at the Avocado. There was a movie this wasn't necessarily during COVID, it was a while ago, but I was like, "This movie might not exist." And I was, like,
Mhm.
100% sure, and luckily Scott was active, Morton Scott, he was active, and he was like, he immediately knew the movie I was talking about. It was, like, some sniper movie, and it was, like, in Australia, and the war had actually ended, but there was, like, a Japanese sniper who was still trying to kill an Australian sniper, and he was
Oh!
trying to tell him,
Oh,
like,
I've
that
heard
the
of this
war had
movie.
actually ended,
Oh, fuck, what is this
and he
movie
didn't
called?
wanna kill him because the war was over, but the guy's still trying to kill him. It was a good movie, and, like, I
Yeah.
was like, "I might have imagined this because no one else ever knew what I was talking about." And then, like, I was like, "Hey, was this movie real?" And luckily Scott was like, "Oh, yeah, it's this movie." I was like, "Oh my god, how?" And, like, that was, like, one of my first, like, "Okay, I'm gonna hang out here more." Um,
Nice.
but yeah,
What was that
so
movie called? I'm
I have
curious
no idea.
now.
I've forgotten since then.
Already forgot.
Go find Scott and ask him. He'll remember immediately. It
All
was
right.
really good though. It was like an Australian made for TV movie. It was very like cheap, obviously, but it was really
Mhm.
well done. And it's just like um they're like going island to island, kind of like trying to tell like the Japanese to surrender, but this like, like the war's over. Something happens, this Australian guy gets like, I don't know if he's like left behind or like his unit, something or other leaves him. Um, but yeah, then he ends up like basically being like, I don't want to kill this guy, because the war's over, but like he's also trying to kill me. So it almost becomes like a horror movie. And like the Japanese guy has been on the island so long, he's like prepared it
Yeah.
with like booby traps and like all these like, you know, all these
I
little like
feel like
other
this
ways to
was
try to kill the guy, and
I feel like this was based on a true story too, or
it might have
something,
been. It was a
kinda?
great movie. You can
Or, like,
find what that
several
is.
true stories, because like, this was a phenomenon, like, this was a thing that happened with
Yeah,
Japanese soldiers specifically.
Like
but
like
it's so
Rising Sun diehards who couldn't like
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
like, they
yeah.
face
literally
reality.
like, they could
Mhm.
not believe that that Japan had surrendered, like, it just, like, would it broke their brain because they're like, "No, we would we had to have won the war, what are you talking about? We would never surrender." And then, like, slowly they kinda, like, had to reintegrate them to society and stuff, but anyway,
Yeah.
that was a movie that I could not remember, and, like, I was like, "I don't know if this thing exists," but I was like, and luckily Scott was like, "Oh, yeah, it's this movie," and since then, I've forgotten what it was, but it's a good if you can find out what it was. But yeah, so
You
I mean
just ping
that's
Scott and say, "Hey, I asked you
yeah,
about this like 8
yeah.
years
Hey,
ago. Do you remember?"
7 years ago, I asked you about a movie. Do you remember what it was? But yeah, I mean, so I guess that's been kind of my experience. I guess with my kids is like trying to figure out how COVID broke their brains in weird ways, and also at the same time how COVID broke my brain in weird ways. And Phasmophobia has been kind of like patient A, and like, oh yeah, that was a
Yeah.
thing. I
Kind
forgot
of a
about it.
a framework to engage with that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be some. I honest to God, I thought we'd be swimming in like COVID documentaries, and like,
Usually, it takes about, at least just by my estimation and my experience, it took like, aside from the crazy, jet fuel can't melt steel beams documentaries and shit that you would see, it took a while before people were far enough removed from September 11th to really engage with that specific event with any degree of objectivity or clarity. I want to say, like, it took about 15 years.
yeah,
We're only 5 years removed from COVID, and the other thing too is that COVID never left. Like, it's still here. COVID is still happening. People still get COVID. We just kind of decided that we're done doing all of the safety stuff. We're done doing lockdowns. We're done wearing masks. Like, or at least everybody is done wearing masks. Like, I do still see people like that wear masks if they're sick or if they're at the doctor's office, but like, it's just been so kind of firmly integrated into life that, and downplayed to the degree, and also, like I said, internet has broken people's brains. There's all these conspiracies floating around and all of this shit. Like, I think that's just kind of a thing that society has kind of collectively decided we're done. Like,
yeah.
we're done being afraid of this or whatever.
It's been
It
weird seeing like the reaction to that collective trauma just kind of completely dissipate.
yeah,
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
so like I still like nowadays when I go into the office, people don't wear masks when they're sick anymore.
nope.
They're
yeah,
just coughing
yeah,
up all over the place.
yeah.
Um,
Oh my god, it's so
or
fucking
like
annoying.
nowadays I hear people like will be discussing vaccination or whatever, and people will
Mhm.
just straight up admit, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to get that vaccine this fall." Whereas, I'm going and getting my COVID booster every fall, and my flu shot every fall because I don't want to get COVID or the flu. But this
Isn't it?
just doesn't seem to be a concern for so many people
Yeah,
now. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you saw what happened. You
it.
experienced this firsthand. Do you not
I like
understand?
yeah, I really feel like the thing that COVID taught me more than anything is that people do not know how to deal with solitude. Like, people do not know how to be alone with their thoughts. And part of that is just because, I hate to reference this COVID era video from Bo Burnham, but like anything and everything all of the time. That has been our media stream. That has been our constant stream. Like we just have an IV drip of content to the point where it actively disallows or not even disallows, but it actively discourages people from doing that. So when we got to a point where we like had to like it's how fucking like remember like early in COVID where everybody just started baking fucking bread?
Yeah,
Like
and
everyone
like
just
Oh yeah,
started making bread.
the
Like
Great British
even
Bake Off was like all anybody wanted to talk about for some
yeah,
reason.
everyone had a
people
sourdough starter.
Yeah,
everyone
yeah,
had a fucking sourdough starter. And it was like that happened so early in the pandemic. Like instead of just kind of
Like we were at
being
bread by
relieved.
week 3. Fuck, we were
Yeah.
at Imagine by week 1.
yeah.
Yes.
Remember
Oh,
that? Gal Gadot's
Uh,
fucking.
had
we're in
cheese
this
butter.
together. We're in this together. That shit went out the door real
Jesus.
quick, though, right?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
fucking every man
Ugh.
for himself 5 weeks later.
Yeah, like, and it's just everybody immediately found something to occupy their brain. Like,
Yeah,
instead of just kind of sitting with this moment and taking advantage of solitude and the lack of like external distraction that is the outside world, everyone just they were frantic to find something else to do. Like,
yeah,
I think people really and like on if I'm being honest about this, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that maybe people did look inward and realize that they had an identity that was defined entirely by consumption, and they were in this position now where they could not go out and buy stuff and crucially be seen buying stuff.
that's a good point.
And yeah, and now that they're in this position where they can't do either of those things, I think a lot of people just did not know who they were, or maybe did know who they were and did not like it, which is why they jumped into a whole bunch of other hobbies to like try to, okay, I need to define my identity by something else. What else? What's around?
Yeah.
Bread. I'll make bread.
I'll
I'll
make
watch
bread and
Tiger
watch
King.
Joe
guy,
Exotic,
I'll
yeah.
discuss I'll discuss I'll get into reality TV. Like everybody just latched onto something to do.
Yeah,
On the
and
And
the weird
consumer
like
thing with
housewife,
kids though
right?
is
yeah.
like they didn't have that part of their personality even built yet, you know?
Well,
So a
yeah, but
lot
I
of
mean
them are like,
kids yeah, that like kids I'm of the opinion that all kids have some manner of ADHD in one way or another, in that
yeah,
boredom feels like death to them. Like
yeah,
the worst thing a child can be is bored. So
yeah,
like for them it makes sense that they would just seek something because they don't have the level, they don't have funds, they don't have autonomy, they can't drive, so like it is much easier for them to get bored doing
yeah.
something.
And
So
what's
it
weird too is like at during COVID, like all my kids' friends were still talking to each other, right? So it'd be like, oh well, my dad's letting us go outside now, and you're like, now
yeah,
you're
exactly.
the bad parent because you're like, no, wait,
For
man, you're not
not
going out.
like,
Are
"No,
you
you're not going
crazy?
outside." Like, I don't care
Yeah,
what blah blah blah's dad is doing. If blah blah blah's dad jumped off a bridge, would you
yeah. And then like we
and then
find
you
Oh
like
yeah,
find
no.
memes.
yourself talking and then you find yourself like you're struck by ego death. You're like, "Oh shit, I sound like my parents."
Yeah, yeah. And but then you're like, "Oh man, maybe, like we have to develop the bubble, right?" So
Yeah.
we find a couple friends and we make the bubble. Like all this is stuff, it feels like I'm saying it to you and you know what I'm talking about. But doesn't it seem like we like learned a whole different like language and like mentality and everything? And
We
it's just
were
kind of like
just
everybody.
saying bullshit. We were
Yeah.
just saying words, like just any old bullshit. We were just like this whole
Well,
conversation, like I feel like I'm having it outside of my body because I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
But
Everyone was
yeah.
here's
baking
the thing though.
bread by week three.
I feel like it's a problem that we've forgotten this shit
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
we're
no,
going
it is. Yeah.
another pandemic will happen. And then
Yes.
we are going to have to relearn all of it instead of relying on our memory. And next time it's going to be a lot harder
Yeah.
to like corral people to do shit
Yeah.
because of
Because
how we see the evidence of it, of how quickly
yeah.
they've forgotten what it was like to live through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um
And
Yeah.
sometimes it makes it feel like you're the crazy one, you know?
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Like I'm
like
the only one in my office that wears a mask if I have a cold. and
Yeah.
it like
Same
people
here.
look people look at me weird. They look at you so strange, like, "Why are you doing that?"
So, I go into people's houses as part of my job, right? And
Mm.
I was masking up for a very long time, and people would get like legitimately mad at me, like mad at me for coming into their house with a mask on.
Yeah,
To the
like,
point
"Oh,
where like,
what?" Like, "Oh, you don't wanna breathe my air?" And, like,
oh, like, are
I
you
Yeah,
gonna
I
just
come
really
into my
to
don't.
house?
yeah, and to that I just say,
Exactly.
"Yeah, I don't wanna breathe your air. You're disgusting. You
Yeah.
disgust me.
It
I'm
also helped
protecting
though
myself from you specifically. Fuck you.
when I would go into
Nasty,
the cat
nasty."
when I would go into the cat pee houses, it also had a little subtle advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're trying to sell them something, so you can't really do that, but anyway.
But yeah, it's tough. So like that was one of the things like immediately I was like, well, if people are getting mad that I'm going into their house and I've got a mask on, I guess, it's well and truly over because it's no longer like I'm looking out for them. Now it's like I'm offending them by saying like
Mhm.
their air is dirty or something. So, but yeah, I mean
Yeah, but like it
it's weird.
is. Like, I've seen the people's
Yeah,
vents,
that's
it's
how it
disgusting.
works.
Especially in your line of work, you really do want to protect yourself, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gross.
Um,
Most of my
Ugh.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, I mean, so anyway, that was the main thing. I'd kind of chalked it off as okay, that was something you guys played during COVID. There's no way it's actually good, but playing with my kids, I've been having a lot of fun. So that's
Yeah.
me and Phasmophobia, and somehow weirdly COVID.
Nice
all
existential
right.
moment.
Yeah.
Um, Speaking of games that make me feel like we mentioned that like COVID made it feel like our brains are breaking. Speaking of the game that has kind of been breaking my brain, uh, Pragmata.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tell
I
us
was
about
So
it.
very worried about this game.
Yeah, it's been I haven't gotten it yet, but I've thankfully heard nothing but good things about it. I think we're
Yes.
probably gonna get it on sale or something.
so we'll get into the discourse about this in a little bit because
Oh.
I think it's very revealing. And I think I'm going to piss a lot of people off, though, when I
Mm.
say regarding that discourse.
Hmm.
But Pragmata is a third person shooter set aboard a lunar base. The premise is you play as a man named Hugh, who's set as part of a kind of cleanup crew or investigation crew who's set into presumably like the space has lost contact with Earth, and you're sent in to kind of investigate. Hey, what's gone on? You think it's routine that like the comms relay is down and you just have to reboot it. But it turns out that a rogue AI has like taken over the lunar base. There are evil robots everywhere, and it seems like all the humans are gone or dead. Um, so your job is to now get back to Earth somehow after the rest of your crew is killed or disappeared. And you're gonna do that with the help of a little android girl you find whom you name Diana. That android girl has some special powers. She can kind of hack robots. You can shoot at them, but it doesn't do much because all of them are armored. What Diana can do is hack the robots to kind of expose their armor to make it easier to take damage off of them. So the
Hmm.
interplay is you're hacking robots as Diana while also shooting robots and evading them and jumping around as Hugh. Third
Okay.
person shooting, fairly standard. You have versions of like a standard pistol, standard assault rifle, shotgun, and some more imaginative weaponry that plays with the hacking. You have a stasis gun that can kind of freeze enemies in place to make it easier to hack them because then you're not evading them.
Mm.
Um, you have these weapons called sticky bombs that can reduce the size of the hacking grid. What do we mean by hacking grid? So the way the hacking works is like follows. There's a grid of squares.
Oh no, you
Um,
just lost me.
this is imagine playing Snake really, really fast while
Yeah.
also playing a third person shooter.
Oh boy.
It sounds like it sounds crazy, but it works. And it works really well. Um, so you start with your square somewhere on the grid, and there's a target square, which is like a green power switch. And you have to get to the green power switch by navigating around the grid. For the most part, this is like it starts off pretty easy. In fact, you can just beeline for for the power switch. But there are also squares that have special nodes on them that have various effects, like extra damage to the robots, or that apply various status effects to the robots. So, by strategically manipulating your cursor through the grid, you can pick up some of those nodes and then reach the target. Um, and what this ends up being is a trade off between optimally completing the grid or and risking getting hit by an enemy while you're doing it because it takes time, or suboptimally doing it but not getting hit. And you have to keep
Mm,
making these trade-offs as you're playing the game. So it ends up being this like
Mm.
fairly slow-paced third-person shooter, but one that has this really, really neat twist that at first seems really clunky, but after like 2 or 3 hours of play, it just feels like second nature. And you're like manipulating grids while monitoring the environment around you, while also like deciding when to abandon a hack and dodge. Um, it just becomes second nature.
Hmm.
So,
huh. I mean, because I guess, early on, I was worried about some of the skeeviness of the game, obviously, right?
Skeeviness?
we'll
Yes.
get into the discourse in a
Okay.
second.
Oh, is this about their subreddit?
Well, among other
We'll
things,
we'll
but
get we'll get there in a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, you're worried about that, but then you're also worried that the combat would be
yes,
a little
yeah,
clunky.
because Capcom has really, like, every now and then they'll have a really cool idea about combat that they implement really poorly. Do you remember Lost Planet?
Oh man.
Yes, I never
So
played it, but I remember it.
yeah, so
Mm.
in my
Same.
mind, like, that freezing mechanic was so cool, and they did a good job with them in the first game, and then they sort of like iterated on it in the next ones, and it kind of like it fell apart, right? And I think they forgot what made the combat cool in a way. And so I guess that was kind of my one concern mainly with with Pragmata is sometimes they don't really carry through the combat in a way that makes sense, I guess. But it sounds like in this, when you started talking about that hacking, I was like, oh no, here we go. Because I don't like to do that stuff on the fly in combat, but it sounds like you're saying they kind of figured it out.
Yeah, it your first like hour with this game will feel a little clunky. I
Okay.
mean,
Mm.
it's also tuned to be fairly easy early on, so you're not really facing that much challenge.
Uh huh.
And that allows you to acclimate to it. But by hour four, um, the difficulty ramps way up, and it's really a test of whether you can um, do that kind of trade off between the hacking and the shooting,
Hmm.
and going back and forth between those two mechanics. Uh, but because you've been training on something easier, you've kind of learned how to do it by the time you get to the difficulty spike.
Okay.
So
Mm.
I think probably the reason why this game took so long to come out and kept getting delayed and delayed was just refining and refining it until they got it to a place where players were ramping up through that difficulty curve in a way that felt comfortable and in a way that taught them the skills they needed.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So aside from that, there's also some traversal elements. Like there is a little bit of platforming in this game. You have thrusters that you can kind of use to air dash through the world, and it's not really much of a challenge in the main game, except for a little bit later when you get into the lower gravity sections. But you can combine all of this with combat in interesting ways. So some combat arenas are very flat, others have like verticality and platforms. So sometimes you're kind of like jumping from platform to platform. Um, if you hack while you're in midair, time slows down, so you can hack while you're floating to the ground, and then once you hit the ground, you unleash hellfire on the robot you just hacked. So they do combine traversal and combat in some interesting ways in some combat arenas. Um, the other thing I should mention about this game is I think trailers displayed it as visually a lot more generic than it actually is. Once you start playing through the game, you recognize that each area has its own unique visual identity, and that visual identity carries through the story it's trying to tell. Um,
Mm.
so, for instance, one of the areas is like a 3D printed city.
Ooh.
Um,
Okay.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
and you can see where the AI went wrong throughout the city. So you'll have like bits of unfinished furniture, kind of like stacked up. God, how do I explain this in a non-nerdy way? I was gonna say like stacked up like an approximation of a Lebesgue integral, but that's not gonna make sense to like
What?
99.9% of our
I don't
audience.
know what that is.
So not a Lebesgue integral, sorry, Riemann integral. Anyway,
I don't know what
doesn't
that is
fucking
either.
matter.
Okay.
But like for the 0.1% of our audience who knows what I'm talking about, they're like,
Isn't
"Oh
it?
yeah, I
Well,
get you."
is it like was it Titanfall 2 where they're building the house around you, like 3D
Yeah,
printing the house around you as you go through that level?
imagine that level, except for instead of assembling components, it's like a 3D printer. So like
Oh man,
stacks form layer by layer, and you can see like
Oh,
half
okay.
finished layers, or like the AI went wrong and just extended out the layers and like squashed and squished them in very
Ooh,
weird ways. Or like,
that sounds
oh, the
cool.
3D printer went wrong and printed this component like as a piece of furniture like jutting out horizontally from a wall.
Oh, hell
that
yeah.
that's really cool. That's one of my favorite levels of a game, and no one ever talks about it. I feel like
That
that
is
what
my
was
favorite level in Titanfall 2.
really
It's not affecting
over
cause,
cause and
it's
effect.
that
Yeah.
game. Yeah,
Wow.
over affecting cause. Actually, it might be my second favorite because I also really like the one with the beacon where you have to like turn the switches on and off, and then you're
Oh,
like
yeah,
going to the satellite array.
that's a really
Um,
cool one too. Yeah.
yeah,
In the meantime, you're
Titanfall 2 has
killing
so many
everything
fucking
that
cool
comes near you.
levels. Um, oh yeah, and like the robots have like smiley faces and
Yeah.
frowny faces. Yeah,
What
Titanfall
a
2 is fucking
criminally
rules,
underrated
man.
game, and then we
Um,
didn't get a 3.
Mm.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Um, anyway, Pragmata has so like this really well considered art design that plays off the mood and the story it's trying to tell, um, in really fascinating ways. Uh, and like this all dovetails together. It's like your standard exploration with like picking up notes and logs that you read. You Everyone's just got their computers open and you can read their emails. You know, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Yes, it's kind of hokey,
I
but
love
it
that shit.
works.
I
It's
love being
good shit.
nosy.
Yeah. And
Nobody locks their computer in games. That's so funny.
it's great. There's also like a whole series of false walls that you can just walk through, and there's this whole like mini story about like a clearly neurodivergent person named Sharon who just does not want to be around other people. It's just like I can't fucking work in this environment, but I can keep finding nooks and crannies to run experiments in by myself, and this is great. I can get all my work done. So shout out to Sharon. Um,
Nice.
and then finally, they also have I don't know if any of you played Tacoma, but they have like these
No.
holographic recreations of conversations between
that,
NPCs that you can
that's the
unlock here
space
and there.
station one.
Yes, it's the follow-up to Gone Home that was on a space station.
Yes, yes, I remember that.
Hmm.
Underrated game. I okay. There's one thing I really don't like about Tacoma, but otherwise super underrated game. Um,
Mm.
but yeah. So that is Pragmata. It is like frankly, I am loving this game. I'm not I think I'm like three quarters through. It's like it's a GOTY contender. It's
Oh wow.
really good. It's
Mm. Okay.
just fantastically well made, really well pitched. Um, you'd think it would control like ass, considering everything that you're doing all in one go, but they've fine-tuned the controls. They recommend playing with controller, but I'm playing on mouse and keyboard just fine, and I'm not feeling any kind of problem. They
Yes,
like I made a couple
South.
tweaks to the default controls, and it works well.
Yeah, South played the demo on mouse and keyboard, and they said it was fine, but they would prefer to get it on. It probably feels a bit different on a controller, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess
I just
I would
can't.
have to. I might play the demo. It wasn't a time demo, was it?
Think it's still around. I'm not sure though.
Okay, because like they do that shit with Resident Evil. It's so annoying. Anyway.
Yeah, the demo's still available
Oh, good. Yay. Maybe I'll try it.
on Steam. On Steam, at least. I don't know about
Oh,
console.
Okay, well,
Um,
I'd be getting it on PlayStation.
uh,
So.
yeah, I mean, you can always just plug in a PlayStation controller to see and try it out there.
So no, you cannot. Steam does not play well with the PS5 controller, I'm finding.
Really?
Uh,
Like that's how I
yeah,
played Romeo the Dead Man.
oh, okay. Maybe it's like better with newer games, but like the vast majority of games,
Oh yeah,
it's like
older games maybe not,
y-
but newer
well,
games
like
works just fine.
like even just like PS4. Like I usually had to play with a PS4 controller for
Oh,
like a
okay.
lot of games, and a lot of indie games don't like the PS5 controller. Like you plug it in, it's like I don't know what is this, a microphone? What are you doing?
Oh yeah, yeah, okay. One thing you do have to do is Windows is stupid and it'll
Oh, no, no, no,
switch
no, no. I
your audio
like
output.
even yeah, no, even after fixing that issue,
Yeah.
like you plug it in and the fuck it, like the game just it doesn't know what you're using. It's like, is there like a suggested layout for this? And they're like, nah, I don't know what that is. What are you doing? I don't know. Figure it out. It's like, okay.
Well,
So
I
I would
could
just
plug
use
in
a
my
PS4
PS5
controller.
controller and try and see what happens.
Hmm,
But this is a game like it's a shooter. I'm not gonna play it mouse and keyboard.
right.
Um.
I'm
Anyway,
gonna click on
so
some heads.
yeah, well. Some of the robots have heads. Some of them do not. Um. Some of them they have like soft, squishy bodies inside their metal exteriors, and Diana's job is
Hmm.
to expose the soft, squishy bodies. Um.
Hmm.
Speaking
Like
of
what are they
Diana,
made of? Nanogel or
I don't know.
oh,
I'm
okay.
just shooting it. I don't care. Like I shoot them, then they go down, and then they blow up. I don't
It's
care what they
not
look
my
like.
job to know what they are.
Yeah, pretty
My job
much.
to get it
I
out
mean,
of him.
Hugh is like a gruff. Okay, Hugh as a character is like yes, standard gruff white dude protagonist, but
Mm.
like in brackets complimentary, not in black brackets derogatory. Um,
Mm.
like there's a way to make that protagonist like a dick and also like toxically masculine.
Mm.
Um, and that is not what Hugh is. Hugh is um yes, he has some lines at the start about like not having kids or whatever.
Mm.
But there's never like any tension between him and Diana. Like
Yeah.
pretty quickly, they get along and he starts caring for her and she starts caring about him. This is not a game like about the angst of parenthood. It is
I've
using parenthood to make points about other things.
I have heard it described as like as opposed to like a dad game, I've heard it described as an uncle game.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah.
It
Like
is
in a positive way.
exactly. It is like in a lot of ways it's a little bit like Donkey Kong Bonanza from last year.
Oh man,
Mm.
I didn't think you were gonna
Yay.
go there.
Yeah, a little bit like the relationship between Donkey Kong and Pauline is similar to the relationship between Hugh
I'm
and
over here
Diana.
thinking Last of Us, and you're like
It's
Oh,
Donkey
no.
Kong
not though.
Bonanza.
No.
Not even
No. No,
close.
no, no, no,
Like
no, no.
like
No, 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 no.
it is not
Like
going down that road whatsoever.
the child dies in the first 5 minutes. Like it's pretty apparent what this game is gonna be.
Yeah, I would say how to explain this about Pragmata. Um, like I said, it's not really a game about parenthood. Parenthood as an idea is a key element to get to other things. At
Okay.
least the first
Mm,
three quarters of the
okay.
game. Maybe that entirely changes in the last quarter.
Mm,
But it's not like so many of those. Like you look at say God of War, Last of Us,
mm,
all your like
yeah.
Sony first party sad dad
Sad
games.
dad games, yeah.
They are very focused on like the tough decisions that go with parenthood or a facsimile thereof,
Mm,
and essentially end up being games about the trade-offs involved in being a father figure. Um, that is not really the core of what Pragmata's going for, and as far as its ideas, it's far more interested in like it's far more influenced by kind of the Gen AI revolution
Okay.
and
mm,
what its consequences are for um, for like not exactly art and culture, but the world of work, how we do things, um, how much of our life do we give over to robots?
Mm,
Um, I'll see where it goes in the end. I might be speaking about things that it doesn't ultimately address in its last quarter or so, but that seems to be where it's going, and it's just kind of using Hugh and Diana as a vehicle to get there.
mm.
Um, but speaking of Diana,
Oh
so
boy.
Diana is an android and is
Mhm.
portrayed as like a cute child running around.
Mhm.
And like, I want to be very clear about what this game's intentions
Oh
are.
boy.
This is in the game, this is just a cute child robot. Nothing more, nothing less. This game does not have a specific eye towards Diana that some of the more, let's say, depraved among us might have. Um, this game is not playing around in that space whatsoever, and I cannot stress this enough. I I'm going to say something pretty mean right now. I think a lot of the people concerned trolling about this, uh, I would apply the same logic as I do about flatulence. He who smelt it dealt it. Like,
Uh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If you are reading
It's
pedophilic intent into what the game developers have presented to you here, that is a you problem, not
hit
an
dog.
everyone else
Yeah,
problem.
that's a hit dog will holler situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's just this is not what the game is intending to do. It's not what the game presents. I'm not gonna like put anyone on blast. I saw one game critic talk about Diana's like moans and yelps being sexual. I'm like,
What?
what the
What?
fuck are you talking about? She doesn't moan or
Jesus
yelp in the game.
Christ.
Where are you getting this shit from? Someone
wow.
I
That's
respect too, which is
disgusting.
why I was extremely like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Ugh.
Um,
Kind of
so
like telling
like
on yourself a little bit, huh?
a
Mm,
little bit
yeah.
like, okay, so you know how like when female athletes like play sports, they will make
Mm,
noises of
and
exertion, and
tennis.
it's
Yeah,
especially
tennis.
tennis.
Yeah,
And then
especially tennis. Like they are
everyone's
wailing on
like,
that thing.
yeah. And then everyone's like, oh, that sounds like they're having sex. But like, first of
No, it
all,
sounds like you're
no.
thinking about sex while watching tennis is what it
Yeah.
seems
Okay.
like.
First of all, no. And hey, like, sex involves exertion and people make noises. It sounds like you just sit there like a tuna fish and let your partner do all the work. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Hell yeah.
Like, it's the
Hell yeah.
same sort of thing. Um, so I don't want to entertain, I don't want to give this discourse any more like oxygen than it deserves because it's just fucking stupid. And yes, there are a bunch of like dumb gooners out there who are sexualizing the android child,
Mm,
but like you cannot let discourse be dictated by the dumb gooners. I'm sorry, like
Yeah, they're gonna find something to goon over anyway.
they
Like,
will goon
the
over
okay.
anything.
yeah.
I don't look. To be fair, like to Gooner specifically, they are very crucially against things like that. Like the actual Gooner
Okay,
communities, so to speak,
yes,
like the ones that
but
have discords and like where they're just like doing digital circle jerks and all of that shit, they have very, very
okay,
clear rules against stuff like that.
yes. Let
If you're
us
the kind of
let us
person that's
distinguish
entertaining that
between
shit, you are just a pedophile. Sorry, you're
yeah.
just a PDF file.
Okay, let us distinguish between your regular run-of-the-mill, typical 99% to gooners and your weird fucking pedo 8chan gooners, which are a much tinier proportion of the gooner community, if you
The
will.
Gooner community.
Gooner- okay, that is not the podcast title, by the way.
Oh
Um,
yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. Gooner community.
I don't think I can get away with
The
that.
avocado games cast supports and supports the
Okay,
Gooner community.
as someone look as someone who has not played that many quote unquote sex games, I am very supportive of people getting their rocks off however they want to get their rocks off. Um, And like, look, Diana is a fictional character. If you want to go sexualize Diana in your head on your own time, I can't fucking stop you. I'm not the thought police. Um, but if you're putting that shit out there and expecting to be taken seriously when you're doing pedophilia, sorry, no one should really listen to you. And you should not expect to be taken seriously.
You should also
Um,
expect to get a knock at your door.
I mean, I
I mean,
did uh, to just kind of be a little, I guess, fair. I couldn't tell, at least from what was being displayed from the game when it was kind of like being previewed and stuff, what angle they were going for. Do you know what I mean? Like it I think because like originally there was like something about like, are we going to be saving this girl or is she the android or
It was
like are
very
we
vague, yeah,
yeah, and
initially.
so I
Yeah.
think originally that was maybe some of the original reactions was like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" But I think they kinda
I,
cleared a lot of that up very quickly.
yeah, with the
yeah,
actual gameplay
once the
trailers,
Yeah,
yeah.
previews came out, it's like, okay, we understand what this game is doing.
right,
Um, and yes, she is intended to be a child, not
Mm,
like a lolicon,
right,
right?
right, exactly.
mhm.
So like that that kind of like got cleared up super quick. And it doesn't feel like the juice is gone from this controversy. Like
Yeah,
Mm,
it doesn't need to be milked anymore because like it's settled. And if
mm,
people are going to like if pedophiles are going to like go off and do whatever, like I can't stop them. I'm not the RCMP, right? I'm
mm,
not I can't go knock on
yeah.
their doors. By the way, like that would be illegal in Canada. It's technically it wouldn't be illegal in the States, it would be illegal in Canada to
Mm.
anyway. We don't have to get
knock
into
on
the
their door?
intricacies of the First Amendment versus the
No,
Charter
yeah,
of Rights and
that thing.
Freedoms.
Oh,
But
okay, I was like, "What the hell are you talking about? Dude,
Yep.
you can knock on doors here. Where do you think we are?"
oh,
Can I
you can
can
knock on
I
doors.
Because you said, "Don't knock on your door," which
No,
is
no, I
illegal.
meant uh
arrest you? Like he does
Oh
not have
god.
arresting authority, is
erotic
what he's getting at.
material of fictional children not based on real people is illegal in Canada, but technically not illegal in the States.
Gosh, okay.
Anyway,
Can I
enough of
can
that.
I well, real quick.
Yeah.
I have a theory about where this discourse kind of stems from. And I
Oh, are
think
we getting
it
into porno Japan discourse?
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
I think this kind of discourse specifically stems mostly from Western audiences specifically that have a very narrow understanding of like Japanese games, and like they have a very narrow view of what they are. Like there are a lot of kinds of Western gamers, and it's not as much the case now, and it's usually something you really only see with like people talking about JRPGs when they clearly have not played any. But it's if a game from a Japanese developer like has a child in it or whatever, like it seems like all of those fuckers come out of the woodwork like to be like, oh, this is obviously like pedophile, like they're project, so it's not just that they're projecting, not just that they're telling on themselves in, you know, that specific way, like, oh, I think about this but I'm going to project as if I don't. I think they're also telling on themselves in like a weird kind of orientalism, like special like
Oh,
orientalist,
absolutely.
anti-orientalist way, because or oriental, I forget if I use
Orientalist,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, like in a
Yeah.
weird orientalist way, that anything like that, they have this idea about how Japan views childhood, that they've read like the one tweet or whatever, or seen the tweets from all those fucking weirdos about how, well, the age of consent in Japan is actually, you know, they've seen all of these things and that informs their view of games like this. And so when something comes out that seems to, at least by their estimation, reinforce those views, that's when they automatically jump to this conclusion that that must be what it be, because all of these other games that are out there do that. And I think it's probably like, if we're being charitable, I think that's where most of that discourse is actually coming from. is coming
I
from
think
an
that's fair.
ill-informed Western audience that just does not engage with Japanese games all of that much, and the few that they have engaged with or are at least aware of, like, have something resembling what they think they're seeing in Pragmata.
Like Gigolo mode?
See,
Or
Yeah. Yes, like Gigolo mode.
yeah, so I actually do want to tie these two things together. So,
Uh,
like, first of all, like with those kinds of people, like I call them the woke xenophobes because they think they're so woke, but they're just like
yeah, yeah,
woke
yeah.
dipshits.
Oh yeah.
It does not matter how many times you explain to them that the reason Japan never amended its like national age of consent law is because almost every prefecture sets the age of consent at 18.
Yeah, yeah,
So, like,
exactly. Yeah.
anyway,
It's a prefecture thing.
yeah, it does. Like at this point, it wouldn't matter to change the national law.
Yeah, it
You
is
can explain this.
effectively national because there are very, very few prefectures that have not changed it at this point.
Yeah. So, like, it does not matter how much you explain this to people; they will not budge from this point of view.
Mhm.
Um, the other thing I'll note is, as much as I call it out, like, I'm also to some extent guilty of it. Like, how many times do we sit down and play a Japanese game almost through gritted teeth, waiting for the shoe to drop? Like, I was playing through Romeo as a Dead
Yeah.
Man, waiting for the misogyny shoe to drop.
Yeah.
And then it didn't, and I was surprised.
And it's
But
sad that it's a
why was I primed to do that?
surprise. Yeah, it's one of those things like recommending anybody who watches a lot of anime, recommending anime to somebody who has never seen it and has no familiarity with it whatsoever. Like, it always comes with it always comes with the fan service caveat. Because, like, if you don't tell them about that ahead of time, like, the first thing that they're gonna come back with is, "Hey, how old are all the kids in this show, by the way?" And you're like, "Oh, they're all
Yeah.
in high school." And it's like, "Why was I constantly being subjected to shots of their panties and shit?" And you're like, and like the whole thing of like why that is like it would take especially especially the obsession with panties in particular. Like, it's like, how much time do you have? We're gonna have to go back to like when, that fucking American Commodore went to Japan and forced them to open its doors and they had to introduce all these Western concepts, including underwear, which became a fetish object. Like, that's where that comes from. That's America's fault. Just gonna put that out there. Anyway, like, you have to explain so many things, and a lot of people, like, they just immediately reject that. Like, they do not want to be receptive to that information. And like, if you come across, because no matter how much you try to explain it, you come across as defending it. And it's like, you're not defending it, but also at the same time, you are readily engaging with a lot of content that has this and are professing to like it. And it's like, it's hard to explain that you like it in spite of the presence of that thing, not because of it. But then, not helping the case is the vast, the other huge swath of people that engage with it specifically because they like that the content is there. And there's no winning that conversation, basically.
I, there's no way that, like, especially when that audience gets mad when it's not there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
and
And
like,
raises a huge fucking stink about it. Not like the amount of
yeah.
fucking, like, I'm seeing this right now with because Gust announced the Blue Reflection collection of games that's coming out. And I'm already seeing, like, in the vanishingly few places that are talking about it, conversations about censorship. And like, I'm of two minds on the censorship thing. Like, on the one hand, it does not fucking matter. Like, it doesn't fucking matter that they're censoring the game. Like, they're censoring the game to get it released. Do you want to play the fucker or not? And then on the other hand, when you see the actual thing that is getting censored, it's like a half-second frame of like maybe like a cheek, like not even the full nude body or anything, just like a half-second frame of a cheek that if you blink you will literally not see it. And it's like, look, do you stand
Raise
on
the
business
question
or
of why
not?
does it need
Yeah,
to be
like, why are
censored in
you
the first place?
bothering? Like, do you stand on business or not? Like, why are you doing this? Why are you going so far out of its way? Because, like, if you censor it, you get all of these dipshits, like, raising a fucking stinking about it and throwing a tantrum over it. And then if you don't censor it, what, nobody notices? It's just,
Yeah,
it's so
well,
fucking
the
annoying.
other thing about these conversations is that they seem to take place like in an in a context that completely ignores whatever dynamics are also occurring in Japan.
Right.
So to give one example, to go back to Tokyo Mirage Sessions, the original version of Tokyo Mirage Sessions released in Japan had a subplot about a high school student doing gravure modeling,
Hmm.
which is itself extremely
Is that how it's
controversial in
pronounced?
Japan. Is it
Is that how it's
gravure? Gravure?
Gavre? 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 Or something? It's
Gravure?
French, isn't it? It's French, isn't it?
For French, would be gravure.
Oh, okay. I don't know how they pronounce it. I've never actually. It
Probably
didn't
like
occur to me until just now. I've never actually heard somebody
probably
say
like
it.
I guess Japanese would be like gu-
Gavure.
gura
Gavure.
gurabure. I don't know.
Gurabure. I don't
But
know.
if you're saying like French, it'd be like photogravure, it'd be like
Oh,
gravure.
okay. Oh,
Anyway,
okay.
so
Should we explain what that is? Uh,
um,
probably.
it's like I guess lingerie or like bikini modeling.
Yeah, it's like
It used
softcore
to be,
bikini modeling. Yeah.
yeah. And like people
Cheesecake.
younger,
It's cheese. It's
cheesecake, people
it's
younger than
cheesecake.
18 would participate
Yeah.
in that kind of modeling. It became pretty controversial. Like for a while, even like idol groups would participate in bikini shoots, and now that's over the past 20 years kind of
Yeah.
fallen out of favor.
Yeah, they've gotten a
And
lot stricter about that. There was a controversy or something with what's that idol group? AKB48. There was a
yeah,
controversy
they
about
flat out will
them.
refuse to do it now.
Yeah. Yeah, they
And
don't.
that's
Yeah.
also because of changing Japanese attitudes.
Mhm.
So that for the Western release, they age up the characters to 18 and take out the graphic modeling. Um,
Mm.
Subplot and rewrite it to be about like modeling in general.
Mm.
It's really awkwardly rewritten and it's very clearly censored. Like the
Mm.
rewrite does not work.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
they really needed to workshop that a little more. But
Mm.
then when they re-released it for Switch,
Mhm.
internationally, they made the censorship changes everywhere. So they're no longer first year high school students, they're all third year high school students.
Mhm.
The modeling thing got changed in the Japanese version as well and rewritten there.
Mm. Mhm.
Um, so all of that got taken out. And in part because it was controversial in Japan too to have
Mm.
like a 16-year-old doing like a subplot about a 16-year-old doing lingerie modeling and not a
Mhm.
subplot, like it was part of the main plot.
Mm.
Um, so it wasn't like even avoidable.
Oh,
And
okay.
this entire conversation about like censorship is taking place in a context where no one's looking at the Japanese reaction. And of course, you have both like your woke and anti-woke types. Your anti-woke types being like, well, they don't care about Japan, so it's totally cool. And
Mhm.
your quote unquote woke types being like, oh, look at those depraved Japanese. They approve
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
And neither of these things is really true. So it's really frustrating to have these conversations take place. Like, I don't know Japanese. I can't go look at Japanese discourse on like QCH and figure out what's being said.
Hmm.
But it's really frustrating that this takes place almost in like this weird Anglosphere vacuum
Yeah.
where no one really is going back and seeing what was said in the first place and what people actually like, why the art ended up the way it did.
Yeah. And what this conversation about Pragmata, is that even one that's happening in Japan right now?
I
Like,
have no fucking clue.
yeah, or are they
But
just
it
like,
doesn't seem like
or are
they're
they
in
just
this.
all like, hey, look at that white baby? Like,
Yeah,
that was
pretty
another
much.
angle of it. Was a little weird.
what?
Yeah,
Calling her a
I think
white
they
baby?
just want. I think they wanted to make a game about American characters. Like, I don't read too much
And all
into.
Americans are blonde and blue eyed.
Yep.
Didn't you know? We're all blonde and blue eyed. Me and Merve, blonde and blue eyed. Isn't that right, Merv?
I mean, I'm Canadian, so I don't follow these rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I dyed my hair blonde. I have the blue contacts. They're itchy.
Yeah, I think
They think you're a lumberjack.
one of my funniest experiences was this was shortly after I'd moved to the States for a while. And I got into a conversation with someone and they asked, where are you from? I said, Canada. No, where are you from?
Oh
Canada.
my
No,
god.
where are
No,
you
where are you
from?
really from?
Where are you from originally?
Where are your parents
Canada.
from? Yeah, it's like,
Um,
ugh.
and then like I don't mind if people ask me where my parents are from, what my ethnic background is. I really don't care.
Yeah, but it's just like this specific line of questioning in
Yeah,
this order.
and then the next line out of their mouth, I shit you not, was, "I thought Canada only had white people."
Holy
Wow.
shit.
I was just like,
Holy
"Wait,
fuck.
what?" You like,
Man.
so have you? I was about to ask. So have you heard of the Inuit?
No, they have not. They don't teach us about
First
those.
Nations.
No,
Like,
they don't. No, no, they don't, and they never heard of those people. And you know exactly why, or at least Kappa knows exactly why. He went through the same school system I did.
You know what's funny
I,
though is I went to Spain to study abroad, and when I was in Spain, when we got there, one of the first things someone said was, "Wow, they're white here." It's like we're next to France.
Oh my god.
I think because they, you know what I mean. You're kind of used to hearing
Yeah.
Spanish, like, but usually, from Latinas, not so much from actual Spanish. But I still
Oh
remember
man.
that. That's the funniest thing when we got like get off the whatchamacallit, the plane, and they're like, "Wow, they're white." I was like,
Oh
yeah,
my
or maybe
god.
they just stopped reading the Spanish history book after the Moors came.
yeah. It's like,
Yes,
yeah, they're all the
that's not
same.
even a joke. Yes. Like the opposite thing happened to Sal because they went to France and when they were in college and they were at a coffee shop one morning and this older French guy comes up to him is like talking to him and talking to them and like Sal is 6'4", has kind of wavy curly brown hair and a prominent nose. Uh, and like they're talking, they're just like, just having a nice chat or whatever. And then the guy asks where is from, and before South can answer, the guy goes, "You are the New York Jew, yes?"
Oh, Jesus.
And South
Oh
just
my
goes,
god.
"I'm from Texas," and walks away, like just exits the conversation.
Wow.
So like
Oh my.
it's not a uniquely American thing. It just
Yeah.
manifests very differently.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh man.
Yeah, so like, there's not going to be like we all live in a world where we're never going to have full cross cultural understanding. I totally accept that. I just wish there were a little bit more humility in these discussions where people like realize the limits of their knowledge and about culture and about discourse, and were maybe a little bit more charitable before they start assuming that I don't know Capcom's Filipinos.
Yeah.
So
It, I don't know,
anyway,
man.
that's Pragmata. Quinley Thorne, I
Yeah.
heard you've been playing Tomodachi Life. Tell me about that
Living the
friend life.
dream. Living the dream. Okay.
And
Uh
we realize that they're just friends. This is not Nakama life. This is Tomodachi
no.
life.
This is
So
Tomodachi Life. Team Tomodachi Life. Team Tomodachi. I love that song. Anyway, uh so I first off I want to say I have a hard time believing that nobody knows what this is, but I will one because everybody is talking about this game, like every gamer circle I'm in, like somebody is playing this game. Uh like a friend and I literally have the exact same Nintendo Switch profile picture right now because it's all stuff from Tomodachi Life. Um, but the other reason I'm hesitant to describe it in detail is because I don't actually know how you could really. uh, the best description I can give of this game is that it's a meme. It's just a meme. It's a meme that you play. It is a meme generator you play. Um, and it's basically Mad Libs, like, because what it is you create Miis, which are like little avatars that you can make on the Switch, and like it's a carryover from the Wii, where that was like when you got a Wii and installed it and stuff. That was like the first thing you did was create a Mii to go with your profile, and you create a whole bunch of them. They can look like you. You can use Miis that are existing on your system. You can make brand new ones. When you make new ones, you can use one that's on your island if you want to make like a bunch of a same character, like, or just make a template. You can do that. And you put them on this little island, and they have little houses. When you create them, you create like their birthday, their age, and like, their personality type or whatever. And then you put them in a house on the island, and you just basically watch them interact with each other. And the big draw for this game is that every now and then a Mii will like wave their arms to try and get your attention, and they will ask you a question, like you, the player. Like one of the questions that a Mii asks is like, Quinley, I want to learn more about the world you come from. What's some really popular slang that people are saying right now? And you can enter in whatever you want. There is no profanity filter. You can just enter in whatever you want. So the slang that I gave them was shit ass. I convinced my Mii that the word shit ass is the hot new slang. All the children are saying shit
okay.
ass. They cannot get enough of shit ass.
Not
And
not to,
so,
not to blow up your spot here, but
hmm.
wasn't that term like the term that Scott Bio and his wife were using to like lobbing at their enemies on Twitter? They're just calling everyone shit asses.
Are they?
Really?
They this was like 10 years ago during
Oh, okay. I
like
don't
Trump
know.
won.
Oh, I don't
Yeah, they're
know.
going around calling
I
everyone shit asses.
oh,
Scott Bio,
I
not a great dude.
Scott Baio. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. Shit
Um,
ass. Well, I said shit ass because the phrase I wanted to put in is like, this shit is so ass, but it wouldn't fit. So there's no
oh
profanity
yeah.
filter, but it does have a character limit, unfortunately.
Oh, okay, yeah. This shit
But
is so I think
yeah.
is a little bit less Scott Baio coded.
Yeah, just like I wanted to be able to say this shit is so ass, but it wouldn't fit.
One of the streamers I watched, he put type shit, which is like
Oh,
very
I did type shit. I have type
very
shit in there.
popular right now with the
I
youth.
type shit. Like as like the one part of the game I have not engaged with yet is because like when you level up a Mii's like happiness or whatever, every level you can add a quirk. And sometimes that's like how they eat, like if they eat gracefully or cutely, or if how they stand, how they walk, how they express anger. And then there's like a bunch of miscellaneous ones. Like there's one miscellaneous quirk that's just public farter. They just fart in public, which is pretty funny. And there's also one where you can, at level up, you can give them an expression. Like you can give them something they say when they're angry, how they start sentences, how they end sentences. And one of the ways you can end a sentence is like one of my early ones was just ending a sentence with type shit. Like for my Mii specifically. I ended up changing it because it just didn't quite apply 100% of the time. But for that first like 15 minutes, it was pretty funny. Also, like all of the words are vocalized, so they pronounce it. And one of my favorite things, I didn't play the first one, so I don't know if this was present in the first one, but one of my favorite features is when you enter something in, like a name, it will say the name, like if it's type shit. So it'll be like, type shit. Or, you lesbian shit asses, Scott Baio's wife. Okay, that's the link that I just got a push notification for on my desktop. Anyway, but you can type something in, and it does this with names too. You type it in, it'll say the name, like, or the word, so it'll say type shit or whatever. And if it's something that's being mispronounced, you can go to the little icon with a mouth on it, click there, and you can type in phonetically how it's supposed to be pronounced. And generally, some words it does take a little finagling. Like my island right now is populated with like Mimey, Souths Me, nearly all the characters from Xenosaga, and Daria and Jane Morgendorf, and Dario and Quinn Morgendorfer and Jane Lane. I don't know why I put them in there, but they're there. Because they were really easy to make. But some of the names, like, of characters in Xenosaga are really weird to pronounce. Like, there's one character named Gainun Kukai, and it's spelled Gaignun. And when I first typed it in, they were like, gay. I think they pronounced it gaining cookie or whatever. Like, it mispronounced it. So I had to go in and, like, you type, I think the spelling I ended up going with was Guy. So, like, the word guy and then Nin. And then the last name, and then it pronounces it correctly. So that's a really, really cool feature, is you can tell them exactly how to pronounce a given word. The only thing that it doesn't seem to do, which I found odd, was since it's using the Switch keyboard, like, you can type in letters, like, with specific accents over them, but they don't seem to register those. They don't seem to pronounce those a specific way. So even if you bother to put, like, if there's like an O with an umlaut, they'll still pronounce it with the O sound as opposed to the sound, like it's supposed to have, I guess. But other than that, that part is really cool. You watch them form relationships. They talk to each other. You can give them topics to talk about. Like, for instance, I have the character Albedo in my game, and it's like, I want to be friends with Junior. What should we talk about to become friends? And then he does a little animation where he, like, puts his hand next to his ear. He's so eager to hear what topic you'll give them. And you can, like, pick from, like, a set list of topics, but you can also say a person, a thing, or an activity. And then you can, like, type it in. And I said an activity, and the activity I gave him was tearing your own head off, because that's something Albedo does in the first game, and it is, the scene itself is horrifying, by the way. It's also, funnily enough, in connection with our previous conversation, that particular scene is a result of censorship, because in the original version, he, like, pulls out a knife to do it, and having watched both scenes side by side, the censored version is far more disturbing. Because, like, it doesn't show the whole thing, but the first, like, couple of seconds is just him twisting his head at a very severe angle, and it's like, oh, your head's not supposed to do that, and then it cuts away, and then the only thing you hear is, like, the sound, and it's
That's
it's some excellent Foley work for the PS2. It is, you just hear the sound and you see Momo's horrified face as she's watching it, so it leaves you to fill in the blank, and that is, to my mind, far worse. Anyway, that's the topic, and they hit it off. They loved it. They loved Terra, and every now and then you'll go and talk to somebody. It's like, I'm really glad that I was able to talk to Junior, and we're friends now. Tearing your own head off was really the great way to start the relationship. And, like, here's an incomplete list of trending topics in my game. Shit ass, parenting, doors, old book, giving a good goddamn. Oh, here's one from Gainen Kukai. My heart starts beating faster at the mere mention of doming. And
was going dokie dokie.
oh yeah, got it. I'll go talk to them about taking a French exit. And then the resulting conversation. Visualize taking a French exit. Who do you want to join you?
I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of a French exit.
Well, no, I mean, it can be, you know, that can be a bonding activity. Anyway,
It can, it can be sometimes.
yeah, I guess. The other really excellent feature it has is there are, aside from, like, clothes, like, you can make clothes similar, kind of an Animal Crossing that has custom designs. You can make clothes, but you can also make something called treasures, and treasures can be anything from, like, just a random object to, like, music vinyls. You can, like, design the cover and decide the genre and how a me should feel when listening to it. You can create food. I have the first piece of food that I made was just a photorealistic stamp of a cake, because you can unlock different foods every day, and once you unlock a food, you can use it, like, as a stamp in designs. and I put the really grainy black and white filter over it and called it the creepy pastry. So they love the creepy pastry. You can also make shirts, you can make vinyl, you can also create books. So one of the trending books that everyone is reading Welcome to Dorley Hall. I made a CD, or not a CD, a vinyl that's called Bobby, That's Just Toilet Noises Volume 12, and it's a reissue. You can specify that. You can also make TV shows. Like, it basically just gives you the screen, and then the screen, like, you just design whatever goes on the screen. So I just made the YouTube page, just somebody watching a bunch of incendiary YouTube videos. With the amount of granular detail you can put in here is honestly kind of amazing.
Yeah, it's like a
The
customizable Sims almost.
it's very customizable. The only thing I don't really like about the custom thing is at least compared to the one in Animal Crossing, is Animal Crossing had a tool where you could modify one of the settings to basically do symmetry. So, like, if you drew something on one side, it would automatically follow you on the other side, and
Okay.
that made drawing certain like shapes and stuff a whole lot easier. There's frankly, it's a pretty good suite of tools. If you're using the pro mode, so to speak, like, they have it so that you can add smoothing to any lines if you're drawing freehand. You can also use the touchscreen to just draw stuff in there, but I don't have a stylus to really do that with, so I've just been using the stick. It takes a lot longer, but it's surprisingly doable, and I've made a bunch of like costumes and like dresses and stuff for certain characters. But yeah, you give them personalities, put their house, on the island, and then you can just basically you can like track one of them. Like, if you want to check in on one, you can just follow them around, see what they're doing, who they talk to, and they create relationships. Like, they have lasting friendships, hence the Tomodachi stuff. Some of them even get married. I have two Miis that are married, and they're thinking about having kids, which they can do. And the kids grow up and all
You
of
said it
that
like you're
stuff.
allowing them to do it.
I'm
You
allowing
can
them to
do
have
it. It's
kids.
all
You
right.
can have
Go.
kids. You can have some kids. Um,
It
and
sounds almost
like,
Simsy in a way.
Yeah,
it's
that's what I thought.
very Simsy. It is very, very Simsy. The one annoying thing about it, annoying but completely understandable from Nintendo's point of view, is any screenshots you take in game, you cannot upload it to the Nintendo app
Yeah.
or share to Twitter. It will not let you do that. You have to transfer it to one of their bespoke Nintendo Switch 2 micro SDs and then transfer photos that way. Or, take a picture of the screenshot with your phone or whatever. It is so annoying that you cannot do that, because if there is any game that you're going to be taking a lot of screenshots and sharing with other people, it's this one. I also completely understand why Nintendo's not doing it, because Nintendo, they're like, no, you can't share it with your friends. You can't. We're not going to make it convenient to share the shit, because y'all nasty. Y'all are nasty. No, you can't upload it to our app, because then we're legally liable for whatever nasty bullshit you put on there. No, you
Yeah.
can't do that.
Uh,
So, like,
Which is
that's the one.
understandable
Yeah.
considering you started this conversation by telling us about how you told your me to say shit ass. So,
But I mean, like, come on. Yeah,
yeah, it probably was a shit ass.
yeah.
I
One
mean,
of
I
the other like favorite activities I put on there, it's or topics, is paying my mortgage, like my mortgage specifically. So, like, whenever somebody talks about it, it's like, hey, what do you? I'm thinking about paying Quinley's mortgage. I'm like, excellent, excellent, thank you, thank you.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, that's
mortgages.
it's just that as far as like actual progression, I think my island's at like level 75-ish or something like that. You can send them on trips, like whenever you fill up, like, you get enough I think they're called warm fuzzies, is what they're called, like when you make a me happy. You take it to the wishing fountain and you pour it into the wishing fountain, and when it fills up to a certain amount, you can fulfill a wish. And that's anything from unlocking stuff to give them, like items to give them when they level up, unlocking more expressions, unlocking more quirks, unlocking more stuff to decorate your island, unlocking more templates for the palette shop, which is where you make all the custom stuff. I've heard you can import photos into the game, but for creations, but I have not figured out how to do that. But based on what I'm seeing on Tumblr and social media, a lot of people have figured that part out. So there's that. You can do that, I guess. Probably the other reason they're not letting you upload stuff. I guess the only like kind of nitpick that I have is kind of there's not quite enough content to keep playing for a very long period of time. Like this game came out what, last week? Week before last? Something like that.
Yeah.
And so, I mean,
Yeah.
Sims kind of
Yeah.
had some of those same problems too.
S-
You
It
know, it's
it
like,
did, but like the thing that the Sims had a lot more content going in. Like maybe the first Sims didn't, but the second and subsequent Sims games added a lot more. The other benefit that the Sims has is that you can mod the Sims. This
yeah,
game, you can't mod it on the Switch anyway. If you emulate it on your computer, you can mod it, and people are. But you can't do that. The other thing you can't do is you cannot play you it has multiplayer, but only local. So you
uh,
can't do it online.
yeah,
Again, because we're nasty. Uh so any like longevity the game has is kind of purely based on you the player. Like
yeah.
I
This
have a
feels like some like a knockoff version of it comes out to Steam in 6 months, and it's like better in
yeah.
every way, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah, or whatever. Like, I have a friend who she has filled her entire town with only with different versions of Link from Zelda. So like it's just every era of Link is there. Um I've seen people like there are a lot of streamers playing it, but most of the people that I've seen that are playing it are kind of playing it the way I'm playing it, where they have like their me and then maybe a couple friends, but most of it is just fictional characters or meme characters and just kind of watching them interact. And how much mileage you get out of this game is largely going to be based on how funny you are. Like how much how creative you can get with adding lingo and all of that stuff. And it's, basically how much mileage do you get out of Mad Libs? Like it's just a really, really souped up version of that. And again, while I completely understand why you can't play it online, like just regularly, I really, really wish you could because it would really help the longevity of the game. Like as it stands right now, I'm pretty sure that I'm just unlocking stuff just to unlock it. Like they haven't added like any new buildings or any new shops or new activities for the Mies to do. And who knows, maybe they'll add that periodically. They'll add more content. I mean, this game practically begs for something like that, especially since you can just reset your entire island and rebuild it if you want.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, like if you don't like how it's laid out, you can literally just go into Island Builder and completely reset everything and replace all the houses and whatever you want. Um, but I mean, right now I'm having a good time. It might make my game of the year, but as it stands right now, like probably it'll be in the bottom half unless the rest of the year is like really slim, which I don't think it is because Duskbloods is coming out soon. Uh, or sometime this year. I forget when, but maybe. But I'm having a good time with it. It's fun. It's as funny as you are, basically. So
So
yeah,
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for this right now. Do you know who the producer on this game is?
I do not.
Yoshio Sakamoto of Famicom Detective Club and Metroid fame.
Huh.
Ooh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Versatile guy, apparently.
Hmm.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, I
So
do kind of I do kind of wish there was a little more for the Mii's to do other than just, you know, walk around. There is one thing you can do, like you can kind of force them to interact by like picking them up and just plopping them down next to something or someone. Apparently that was just a tool the team developed during development for bug testing purposes. Like if they needed to test something and needed a me to be next to a certain thing or next to a certain person, and they just decided to keep it in the game.
that rules.
Yeah.
Very, very like picking up the peeps and roller coaster tycoon coded.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh
You're
yeah,
going in
yeah.
that line, buddy. I don't care if you want to or not.
He's like, I need to go to the bathroom. Not anymore. You don't.
You mad? Enjoy drowning, jackass.
You're gonna take a full shit on Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Oh yeah. Um, related to these kinds of weird games that Nintendo's been working on,
Hmm.
it makes me wonder what became of that mysterious playtest they had a couple of years ago. That weird
Hmm.
multiplayer playtest, and it had some of these like wacky ideas.
Which one do you mean? I'm not sure what you're
He's talking
referring to.
about Dokevi. Dokevi?
Do
I
Dokevi?
I, I wish I were because that would mean that Dokkaebi is on the way, and I'm pretty sure that game is vaporware right now. Um,
I
so a
don't know
couple
what
years
game that
ago,
is.
they did this kind of secretive online test of an MMO sandbox type game that had
Hmm.
a lot of weird ideas and a similar art style to Tomodachi Life. And it's
Really?
making me wonder like what kinds of games along that like inside that kind of realm Nintendo has planned, because you've got your Animal Crossings or Tomodachi Lives,
Mm-hmm.
games like that are more like less your traditional games and more Nintendo playing around a little bit in the like not exactly live service space because you're not paying for continued interaction, but
Mm-hmm.
things that are kind of continually updated, things that are more
Mm-hmm.
like social or multiplayer focused. Um,
I've
because
heard this called tend and befriend games, which I think is pretty apt.
yeah, I think I like that
Yeah, as
that
opposed to
moniker.
just cozy games. Like cozy games that could be anything. Like it's basically like a non-entity. Like yeah, like you just like what cozy and how it makes you feel, cozy in the gameplay. Whereas like tend and befriend, like it's a tend and befriend game. It's like oh, you at least have a vague idea of what you're doing in this game.
Yeah, so like, does it apply to the multiplayer variants of these or also the single player variants?
Yeah, it applies to. It's basically any game similar to like where you build it's a combination of a game where you build or cultivate something where it's also somewhat social or relationship focused. So like
Okay, so like your
s-
Stardew's, your
your
Fields of
Stardew
Dreams.
Valleys, yeah, your Stardew Valleys, your Rune Factories, your like other similar games in that vein. So not just a game where you're just building something or whatever. It's a game that you build something, you cultivate something. So like if you have a garden or a farm or, something like that, a ranch, and then also the social aspect where you're going out meeting villagers, making friendships and stuff like that or relationships and whatnot.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like we like these have been for the longest time referred to as quote unquote farming sims, but I
Yeah.
think they're not just farming sims, and they have like there's a commonality between Animal Crossing and Stardew that I don't think is well reflected by referring to the latter as a farming sim.
Yeah,
So I
it's
like
not
this
as
nomenclature.
yeah, it's not as legible. Like there's definitely a connection there, but it's kind of hard to articulate what that connection is exactly by just saying cozy game.
Exactly. So that was Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. I think we've covered a lot of video games today.
Oh yeah.
So what
Yep.
I'm going to say to our audience is if you'd like to keep up to date with the podcast, you can follow us on our website at avocadogamescast.wordpress.com. On that website, we post each episode along with with a link dump that fact checks all of our blathering. You can also subscribe to us on Apple Podcasts, YouTube Music, or Spotify. All you have to do is search for Avocado Gamescast, you'll find us. And please make sure you check out the community that spawned this podcast, The Avocado, at the-avocado.org.